Oh, Jesus. All right, well, I'm gonna try you guys in YouTube. Can you hear me in YouTube? Anybody in YouTube? Maybe you can just say yes, you can hear me. Test, 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 YouTube. Okay, so first you can hear me? You can hear me, you can see my screen, right? Okay. Thank you, thank you. We're having a problem in the main room, okay? So that's why I'm just wanted to see if it was on my end, but it is not. It is the main room. So thank you very much for first. I'm going to put myself on mute again. All right, guys. Well, I'm a little early. It's 4 minutes to 9. Normally, I start talking at 9. We're still having problems. I think you in YouTube can hear me. I actually opened a Discord room, so you can probably hear me in Discord. Still having problems with the main room. This is not on my end. This is the developer of the room, and I've contacted him. This is the same sort of problem we had late yesterday, but it was solved. Now it's some kind of a data problem, data center problem that he's got. So again, you can hear me in YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, okay. Can you see? Okay, main room. Can you see my screen? You can't hear me. I can't. I still can't. I still can't connect there. Still no screen? Okay. Guys, I'm sorry. Very confusing. I'm talking to the people in the main room. You two, you guys are fine. You can hear me. You can see my screen. It's the main room that they cannot see my screen and they cannot hear me. I've opened a Discord room. Time is it? 8:58. Very annoying. Very annoying. This is what we went through yesterday. Well, okay, guys. Again, I have opened a Discord room. If you know how to get into Discord, this is a link for it. If you want to head over there. In YouTube, you can stay there, of course. Okay, guys. Well, I'll start rolling in our YouTube room. I mean, you guys can hear me, so I might as well talk about some of the things that are happening. Unfortunately, the main room cannot hear me, and that's where most of the subscribers are. So I'm just going to have to wait on it and see. I'm just waiting to see whether or not the developer of the room gets back to me in time to let me know what is happening. So anyway, if you were listening to me yesterday, SXTP. This was a an IPO yesterday, and I said, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking this if it got over the high of yesterday, and that happened right around here. I actually took this trade after hours. It was right at 4 o'clock, and it started to got over that $4 or $5 mark. I wish I'd held on all the way to 8, but I didn't. But anyway, it is now moving again. This is its SXTP, very low number of shares issued, and the IPO price was about 530. So it's a little bit above the IPO price right now. And now CVNA Carvana is taking a big dive today. Well, I don't know if there's a specific reason other than what I read was JP Morgan has gone bearish on them. Now, I don't know if they were bullish before, but they have gone bearish on Carvana now, CVNA. Of course, Carvana had just has had a tremendous, well, 4-day run, got as high from, so 4 days ago, $25, got as high as 45 basically, before it sold off yesterday, and the sell-off is appearing to continue. Okay. So there is a problem. There is a problem with, unfortunately, with the main room. I just got the developer just got back to me. All right, keep an eye on HIMS, guys. The reason being, is this Spruce Point Capital has basically slammed them in one of their short selling reports. That is HIMS. Okay. Yeah, you can. Correct. Okay, so I'm just going to keep going on as if people can hear me in the main room. So I'm just going to keep going on. So JZXN, JZXN, another one of these China stocks. I don't see any news on it. It's just one of those stocks. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, July 10th. So they actually did a reverse split. Okay, on a 1-for-18 reverse split on July 10th. Of course, it's July 13th now. But anyway, JZXN is on the move here. No specific reason that I can see. Just checking my headlines. I don't see any reason for it. This one, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. This is SNAL. SNAL. Snail. Yeah, again, my headline. I saw a headline on it, but I don't see it now. So anyway, SNAL, a lot of volume, 1.6 million in the float, only 6.5 have traded already. So this is going to trade the float many multiples today. And there's been talk about this alt, AULT, big slam down here, 23%, 24%, AULT, a second partial distribution. So it appears as some kind of a financing for AULT. And VSAT just got hammered down. I think, unfortunately, it had some kind of a problem. Um, Trading lower after the company reported an unexpected event during reflector deployment that may impact the VSAT 3 America's satellite performance. So this has just got hammered down, 26% down. Now, for those of you who can see, the market is actually in for a pretty strong open. Look at all the stocks. Now, admittedly, a lot of these are small stocks, but look at all the ones that are down at least 10%. This would be normally reflected, more reflective about a market that is really starting to tank in the morning. But now, granted, a lot of these are very small stocks. A lot of these are these ones that were ripping higher for no reason, and now they're dropping. Now, except for the VSAT. The VSAT had a reason, of course, because of their problem. Just a few that are up. When I say up, I'm talking over 10%. Now, let's see what else. Now, I mentioned this Vine. I don't know what it is doing right now. Vine, yeah, it almost got to $1. This is one of these sub $1 stocks that was just ripping. I mean, it's still up 42%, huge volume. It's traded the float already. Almost got to $1, got to literally 98.86 cents. Okay. Sorry. The high was, yeah, 98.86 cents, almost got to $1. And then now it has pulled back. Don't know if there's any specific reason for this one. I just can't see it on any sort of a headline. So I don't know what the reason for this pop was. And I know you guys can see in the main room the connecting audio and all that flashing. I understand. But again, I'm just going to wait on my email to see whether or not once it gets fixed on the developer's end with some kind of a, what do you call a massive a massive attack going on at the moment. Data center is not his data center. Wherever he gets his data, whatever server he's using, being under attack. And that happened yesterday too. All right, what time is it now? 9:10. Well, what I'm going to do is I will take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have, see if there's anything interesting. Okay, so Bank of America has upgraded BCRX to $10. Let's see what the price is right now. Okay, so the price of BCRX right now is 762. So that upgrade looks like it's working or helping. I don't see any other headline for this one. So this is up 6%. Not huge volume, but it looks like it is helping. Goldman Sachs. Oh, it's yeah. I don't. Goldman Sachs. Oh, I see. Goldman Sachs is being upgraded. I see. Goldman Sachs is actually being upgraded to 355. I see. Let's see if there's anything. Here's Lazard. Now, Lazard was very active yesterday. LAZ. Let's take a look at LAZ right now. Yeah, very active yesterday. Actually, the last 2 days. And a nice day that day right now, Thursday. So a nice day Tuesday. little follow through on Wednesday, got to the 200-day moving average, and I'm noticing it has an upgrade to 36 from 31 to 36. Take a look at my downgrade, see if there's anything interesting on the downgrade side. Okay, JP Morgan is downgraded ACVA. They downgraded it to 17, so it's kind of already there, so that's not a big deal. Keep an eye on this HIMS, guys, HIMS. This is the Spruce Point Capital. Put a big short report on them this morning. Okay, it's down 4%, not a huge number yet. Okay, let me see if anything else is. SSYS was, this is the one that is, in theory, a takeover by this really small, well, it's a pretty large float. This Nanodyne, I think. Stratasys shares are trading higher after 3D Systems announced an enhanced binding offer to combine with the company. Guys, here's the SXTP, guys. The SXTP, this could be the rocket ship today. They got up to 788 yesterday after hours. This is the one they did an IPO. Didn't really do too much, didn't get terribly above the IPO price. I was trying to suggest that it may follow the same route that PWM did. The only difference is PWM, same structure in terms of the number of shares, basically the same IPO price. PWM, though, is a China stock. But no question, I mean, if this takes out this high up here, and again, you guys can see this in YouTube, I hope. I know there's a slight delay in YouTube, about 8 seconds. So 791 is the high of the pre-market for SXTP. Sorry, post-market yesterday. So you can, if it can take that out, that could get rocking again. Of course, it'd be all-time highs. Guys, there's the SXTP. It's almost at the post-market high of yesterday. I mean, it's almost to the penny. The post-market high of yesterday was 789, and it got up to 785. There we go, guys. It just hit 791, and that is the SXTP. Now it's pulled back a bit. All right, guys. I mean, keep an eye on this SXTP. If it pops through 8, it almost, well, it actually did get a little bit above the high of after hours yesterday. Again, we're in for a nice, big, robust open. Cava, guys, CAVA also. Well, this is a nice pop, I think, because I remember yesterday. Yeah, look at this move it had yesterday. Cava's had a great 5 days from 37 to 55. CAVA. Cava, yeah, CAVA, CAVA. But my number one focus really is going to be on this SXTP to see if it pops through 8 again later on. IPO from yesterday. Yeah, so guys, head over to YouTube until I say to come back to the main room if you want to come back into the main room, okay? You can see me, hear my screen. There is a slight delay, so you can, if you want, I mean, it's easier probably to post in the main room, so you can stay in the main room and post comments and go over to YouTube and listen to me and see my screen. And again, I'm just going to have to wait on the developer. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're going to just have to wait for the developer to let me know when the main room's problems. He thinks they've been hacked. Their data center has been hacked or an attack. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. So the VSAT is, let's see, is the VSAT is pretty bleak here, guys. I mean, this is some problem they had on launch. And breaking way down below the 200-day moving average now. Now they may find some support around the 28 level. Cava's on the move, guys. CAVA on the move, on the move. I know they had an upgrade yesterday. All right, this is this boy, what a successful IPO. This is this restaurant that is not available, Mediterranean, I guess, food, not available in Canada. Good point. Yeah, I'll put that in the alert section. the YouTube link in. So thank you, Nikki. That was a good idea. All right, guys. Let's see. Keep an eye. I'm going to nag this a little bit, but the SXTP guys, had the big pullback to 7. But I think if it can take out 8 again, of course, there's no resistance because it's an IPO from yesterday. So, of course, this is all uncharted territory. Did they actually say $10 things to do in Hawaii? All I saw was they went bearish on CBNA. I didn't see the actual price. Are you serious? $10? Okay, guys, let's see. Anything else? Beyond Meat, BYND, BYND. We can make fun of it, but boy, it's been on a run. It has been on a massive run. Hit 1829 in the approximately 1828 in the pre-market. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, SXTP, XXTP. Well, Trade Idea, well, Jedi, I guess you're not a subscriber. I mean, the program still works. Nothing wrong with Trade Ideas. It's just the room, but you probably can't hear me. Well, I think if it weeks, I think if it gets over 8 in a big way, I think it could run. Meanwhile, VSAT guys is still getting hit. VSAT is still getting hit. Lots of shares available. 1.25 million shares available. Interactive Brokers. I'm going to bring up CVNA again. I did not see that downgrade price. Oh, you're right. Now I see this. It didn't happen before. So didn't see this before. So yeah. Oh my. Wow. All right, guys. Let's see. So CVNA. I mean that's pretty amazing. Downgraded to $10 from. Well, Mac. Let's see. I have a Discord link. All right, guys. For those of you who can hear me, we have less than a minute, 30 seconds, in fact, till the market to open. So I will shut this down. And again, I just have to keep monitoring when I can get the main room going. Okay. Oh, G dot, that is completely up to you. I can't. This is. I mean, you're lucky to get in at 390. I mean, I don't know where this is going. I can't make any. This is just highly, highly volatile. Okay. I'm just waiting to see if it takes out 8. My only thoughts are congratulations that you got in at 390. Just got halted. Just got halted on the way up, and this is going to have a big open. Shoot. Okay, so a big open by the SPY guys, pretty big open. We're up 107. NAS is up 250. Dow's up 170. SPY's up, of course. And there's the VSAT guys. VSAT right at $30. Just broke down through 30. So VSAT guys, VSAT underneath 30. Just getting clobbered still. All right, VSAT guys, VSAT getting clobbered. It showed up on one of the only times very few times that I take a trade in the first 15, but when bad news like that, it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The price was 30. It just broke down a little under 30, so I took some. It's at 29. Wow, 28 now, 28.99 now. SXTP is halted, yes. So if you guys can hear me in YouTube, I've covered some. I've covered some of my VSAT short. Probably dumb idea because it just looks like it's going to keep cratering. But I don't usually like to trade in the first 15, but make an exception on this one. Oh boy, guys, look at the VSAT. VSAT. If you can hear me, look at the VSAT. And again, had bad news this morning. Actually, probably after hours. Yeah, the news hit after hours. Again, the news being after the company reported an unexpected event during reflector deployment that may impact the satellite's performance. So that was the deal. So for the SXTP, so the halt was at 9:30 plus 40 seconds. So if it's going to open, after 5 minutes, that'll be 9:35 plus 40 seconds. The projected open is $8. I'm bummed. I wanted to get some, but this looks like it's going to just rip off that $8. Could rip off the $8. Ah, there you are, William. Oh, I see. Okay, I see you in the specific stocks. Okay. It's too bad we can't get past this 50 limit on Discord because it works really well, and I think you guys can hear me better, and I think the resolution is better also in Discord. Okay, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt, guys, for the SXTP. Discord link is give me a moment. Okay. Wow, VSAT guys, VSAT just tumbling. This reminds me of what was the one yesterday that cratered? I took a little short on it early, and then it popped up. I mean, I never got back in, but it kept cratering all day. Delta guys, DAL earnings play not doing so well. I don't think anyway. Still positive for the day, but dropping. And it's Delta Airlines, DAL. Silk, that's right. So you're listening to me somewhere. Yeah, Silk. Silk was the one. Well, look at VSAT. Too bad if you can't see what's happening, guys. So The first thing to know is that it hit my 10-day daily breakdown. It's the only thing that happened so far on my breakout and breakdown. At 9:31, price was $30. It is now 27.42. Okay, so again, profit can't here, so I'm gonna have to keep typing this message in. Yeah, I can call when it opens. Okay, guys. So yeah, just kind of waiting on the SXTP. Let's see where it could open. Right now 796, 796. So it's halted at 759. It may open around 796. Okay, developer says it should be back now. Let me just see. Hmm. Hmm. We'd have to do a hard. Yeah, I might have to. I might have to do the hard reset. Unfortunately, that's going to knock everybody out. Okay, I better put that in here though. Okay, so I'm sorry. SX weeks. SXTP just opened, and yeah, 846 is gone. 846, way over 8 now. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. All right, guys. So you in YouTube and anybody in Discord can hear me. I've just done a hard reset of the main room. Hopefully that resolves the issue, and I'm just going to load it again. Oh no. I don't know if this has worked, William. Okay. I hope we are back. Let me just see. Okay, guys, I think now there's hardly anybody in the room. There are only 48 now in the room from down from 200 and whatever. So if you're in YouTube now, you can come back into the room. Okay, you can come back into the room because it is now working again. Thank you. I'm going to shut down Discord. Okay. Well, I'll keep it open. I'll keep Discord open. I'm just not going to monitor the any of the posts, but the room is now working again. All right. Well, my stress was that I couldn't get into the room the normal way. So that was stressing me out because I have no idea how I was going to do that. But somehow the miracle happened. Anyway, guys, back to so if you did it halt on the way down? Let's see. Probably. Yeah, it did. It did halt on the way down. So that would have been a quick one. So let's get back to business here. So let's take a look at TOST. Boy, lots of gremlins here. I don't even have my my don't repeat up, which is a bummer because now I can't see where the first ones were. Look at this RXRX guys from yesterday. So it looked like it was pretty decent news yesterday, and then it just sold off. The sell-off continues. The low of yesterday was 10, a little over 10. And again, for those of you who did not hear me, I am short. I don't have that much left, but I am short VSAT. I did decide to take it. You can see right there. The alert was at 9:31. I know I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but this looked too juicy. $30 when it broke down a little under 30. I took it. Had some pretty bleak news. So I decided to take a chance on it. You don't typically do that, but this is just working so well right now. VSAT. Now Toast, TOST. I don't know where the first alert was. Well, I can probably. That's why I like having the don't repeat. I don't have to do this. There we go. Toast 2601. 2601 was the first alert for Toast, TOST. So it hasn't moved from there. Has not moved from there. I mean, it's moved, but only pennies. Now Carvana, in case you guys didn't hear me, JP Morgan put a $10 price target now on Carvana. Now somebody said they had put a $50 price target earlier. I don't mean earlier today, but maybe, I don't know, a few weeks ago. I really don't know. But now they put a $10 price target on it. Downgraded the stock from neutral. I cannot find where they actually had a $50 price target on it, but Carvana slides as JP Morgan sees liquidity issues, prolonged weakness. Yeah, so somebody said that they had previously a $50 price target, but I can't verify that. But anyway, $10, JP Morgan, Carvana. So if you are in the room, Tank, that's got to make you a little bit happy. I don't know where your short is, but that's got to make you a little bit happier. Well, this opera has been kind of a whippy one, intraday whippy anyway. Yeah, you can see the topping tails and bottoming tails. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. So again, what does it mean? If you're trying to intraday trade this, you can get whipped out of your positions pretty easily. But right now, higher and an all-time high, Opera. I don't have that race up, Peter. You probably have some of the change from the open. I've got the change in 5 minutes. Take a look at HCTI. Yeah, I mean this one, tough one yesterday. Got up to almost $11, sold all the way down to 6. So this is definitely a frothy one. Still down for the day. Just waiting on VSAT to see if it can take out 28. All right. Stick an alert around 794 for SXTP. See if it. Now here's the Stratasys. So SSYS Stratasys for the news this morning, trading higher after 3D Systems announced an enhanced binding offer to combine with the company. Now, is that? No. 3D Systems 3. This is a little bit different, guys. This is not the group. Okay, this is Triple D. This is not the company that was looking at buying them. The company that was looking to buy them was a real cheap one. Yeah, thank you. I thought that's why I was typing in NNDM. Well, I didn't think they were called 3D Systems, but anyway, I guess NNDM is out of the mix now. So it'll be 3D. You know, Stratasys to me was kind of the leader in this 3D printing sector. Okay, guys, I've covered most of my VSAT now as it's popping off 28. So we're getting a few more earnings plays. Here's another one, guys. MillerKnoll. This is office furniture. So having a good day, actually. I'm surprised, but they're having a good day. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Actually took a bit of a hit after hours, but now coming back. And that is MillerKnoll or MLKN. Yeah, William, I'm just noticing this. I mean, it was definitely weak after hours, but it was on a pretty decent run also. I mean, this is a company that you would think, especially with more and more people wanting to work from home and rebelling against companies demanding that they come back, office equipment furniture or office furniture, you would think would really take a hit. Yeah, Toast is getting a little more interesting for me. The next high looking left is 2604. So it's right there, 2606, 2604 on the weekly chart was the next high. This is a big float. So you would not expect, you would expect it to be, you know, a little more settled than the average thing that we look, the stock that we look at because of the float. SQs, a big float also, big float, half a billion in the float. Has some room to 78, just out of the price range I like to trade, but yeah. Now, how's Hims doing? This is the one that got hammered by, that's not Center Point, Spruce Point. Yeah, is Spruce Point kind of losing its luster? I mean, they came out with a scathing report about Hims this morning. They teased us last night. They were going to do something with a company, I guess, with celebrity focus. But you know they don't appear to have the same weight. I mean, it's basically flat now. Okay, so this is ACHR. Now ACHR, let's take a look what it's doing, and then check. Okay, now look at Joby. See if Joby is moving. Also, guys, same sector. You can argue that Joby is the leader in the sector, JOBY. So is it moving or is it just Archer? No, they're both moving. So that sector, the vertical takeoff and landing EV. they released some news this morning. I mean, their first annual environmental social governance report this morning, and the market reacted well. Hmm. Now, Williams has been talking about a potential bounce for Delta. I mean, initially it looked really rosy. I mean, it's still up for the day, barely, but initially it looked very rosy. Released earnings pre-market, got all the way up to 50, a little over 50, but when the market opened, just dropped. How is Jets doing? Let's take a look at the ETF for the airline sector. I better spell it right, though. That's not going to cut it. JETS. So this is, I don't know if Delta is just causing this, or take a look at United Airlines. I mean, this is the ETF. They might all be looking like this. Yeah, they're all kind of looking like this. So all the airlines are getting a bit of a beat down, guys. I shouldn't say all. I mean, the two I've looked at. Let's take a look at American. Sure, it's going to look the same. Yeah, even worse almost. So the airlines are getting taking a beat down. So this was the headline pre-market. Airline stocks fly high after strong results from Delta Airlines, but something has kicked them down. Oh, there's Opera, guys. Opera continuing to make new all-time highs. Opera, LOPRA. Boy, this MLKN, I think, just as I was talking about, I think it probably popped 50 cents. MLKN. GLM, it's too cheap. GLMD is grunting away in my 10-day daily breakdown. I have the pig sound for this one, but I think it's just too cheap. It's an all-time low. It's an all-time low right now. Look at the Milken, guys. Wow. Not to be confused with Michael Milken. But anyway, MLKN. What an earnings play now. Well, you know what? So much for Spruce Point. I mean, it may work later, but I mean, we put out a scathing report about HIMS and it's completely shrugged it off. It's actually gone a little bit positive. DOMA, DOMA, DOMA. Well, it popped up. Again, a lot of these topping tails. I guess we have to believe them because it's 9:45, so not pre-market stuff. All right, ONON just showed up on my on the option scanner. Problem with it would be this 34.56. So I mean, it's not that far away from these highs. I mean, it may not matter. I may just rip right through it, but it just kind of prevents me from getting too excited about this one. SNPX guys. So this was I did see this in the pre-market. It dropped down below a dollar. SNPX now, of course, it's way over a dollar. Oh, right. This one has all sorts of rooms. I cannot remember what happened here on that week or day. It just got completely clobbered from six down to well, basically a dollar. But trying to come back. This would be a classic one for Andy, I think. Dawn of the Dead, as he calls them. Now, to me, if it can get through, may not happen, of course, but you see, 135 is the next high looking left. Look at that hymns. Well, hymns accepted the challenge, and well, let's see. I mean, it's possible it's going to stall at yesterday's high. This is huge amount of shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers, 3.9 million. So that's not an issue. Will it stall at yesterday's high? It's almost there, 892, 4 cents away. Yeah, Toast is. I'm going to have to put an alert up here around 2612 and see if it takes it out later. Okay, AAOI that showed up. I don't know exactly when it showed up, but I have here at 10:19, but it might have been earlier even. 21. Yeah, it would have been earlier. That's why I like the don't repeat. For some reason, I didn't have it loaded. So that's why I cannot see them from from the very first time they alerted. Well, Stratasys is definitely lifting now. Next high looking left, 21.44. So it's very close to that high on that news that it looks like they're going to merge with combine with 3D, DDD. Now, they announced an enhanced binding offer to combine. That doesn't mean it's been accepted, of course. Now CYRX guys just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The CYRX, not an all-time low, but wow, what a gap down, 27%. I think I saw this in the pre-market, but with everything that was happening, I couldn't really talk about it. But so this just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The alert was at 14.20. Where did it get down to? Got down to almost 13 in the pre-market. So I'll put an alert at around 1389. I want to see it break that whole number and see if it moves down from there. That is for the CYRX. I hope you mean short, Leah, on the 1440 average. No, it's even, I didn't even notice this. This is an AI alert also. A breakdown short. Yeah, well, unfortunately, guys, we only have 138 people in the room right now because I had to boot most people out, and they probably just haven't come back, or they're staying in YouTube, or even Discord. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have no more technical issues. Looks like Delta is making new lows, right, William? You're trying to yeah, Delta's making new lows. FAST is an earnings play. FAST is an earnings play. Well, HIMS, guys, is above yesterday's high. 892 was yesterday's high. Next high looking left is 915. I'm not interested. I'm really more interested in shorting it, but that report by Spruce Capital, Spruce Point. Spruce Point, yeah, did absolutely nothing. If anything, it's cost a pop. Well, meanwhile, AOI, I'm not in it, unfortunately. 1019, I see maybe the first alert for it, maybe. Now, Perigo just showed up, 3411. 3411 just showed up on the option scanner. Okay, now the TOST is back up. Okay, guys, TOST back up. I just took some. 26 will get me out. Well, now we're starting to get things on the 10-day daily breakdown. And look at this. I mean, look at the market ripping, and now we're getting things on the 10-day daily breakdown. I think for about 3 or 4 days we had nothing. We had some yesterday, but and the market's ripping, so it really has no bearing on honestly what the market's doing. You would think we'd get a lot more on the 10-day daily breakout on a day like today, but nope. Now, I missed the Perigo. Is there news on Perigo? First over-the-counter birth control pill in the US. Over-the-counter, okay. So that is Perigo. So that jumped on the news, but it's starting to fade. Audio is breaking up. Uh-oh. Hmm. Oh my God. So if you guys can still hear me in YouTube, I get really tired of this. Okay. First of all, okay, Philippe, in our YouTube room, you just said yes. So you can hear me. How do I sound? And you can see the screen. The reason I ask is that in the main room, it looks like we're still having issues. So I just want to make sure it is not on my end at all. So how do I sound in YouTube? All normal? Okay. All right. Well, YouTube is telling me everything is fine in YouTube. So it is a problem with the room. So I don't know what to do. Other than contact him again. Oh, yeah, I can just see right now. We just lost it again. Oh man. Let me see if I do a reconnect. Yeah. All right, guys. So again, you're gonna hear me in Discord. You're gonna hear me in YouTube. There's some kind of a a real big data issue going on with the main room, as the developer is telling us. He said that it was fixed, thought it was fixed earlier, it was for about half an hour, but I guess the same deal. So Delta continues to move down, guys. DAL continues to move down. And I'll give you guys a Discord link if you want to head over there until this finally gets resolved. SNPX, oh my goodness. The last I looked, this was just barely over $1. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, resumed. Was halted a couple of times. I guess it was only halted once. All right. Let's see. Now, have I missed the CYRX? I have an alert set for, I think, 1380 something for the CYRX for a potential short showing up. In fact, it is also showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Very strange, guys. I'm getting more stocks on the breakdowns to short. There's TGTX. Oh, look at TGTX. The alert happened at 2202 and now it's at 2156. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown. I don't think this is, yeah, it is optionable, but the option volume today is it's only trading a third normal. So 5,600 contracts total. So that's why it's not showing up on my option scanner, but it's showing up left and right on my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, just go to my homepage and look for it. Okay, go to the scan section on my homepage, okay? And you'll see the 10-day daily breakdown, breakouts, okay? Okay, I'm definitely interested in the CYRX. Definitely interested in it. 1392, 1396. I'd like to see it get down to, what do I have down here? Around 1380, 85. That just gives me a little more confidence that it might be clear of that whole number. That's all that is. Boy, this AAOI just continues, guys. I think the first alert was at 10:19. It's at 10:58 right now. 2-year high. Shoot. And you know what? The problem is going to be in the main room. I'm probably going to have to do another hard reset if it ever comes back. So I don't know. Today's a lost day in the main room, I think. Too bad. But good that we have a backup, two backups really. We have YouTube and we have Discord. So we do have a couple of backups when that happens. Doesn't happen very often. Happened yesterday, of course, but I think it's the same issue. Well, guys, that's why I waited on the CYRX. You can see the CYRX has popped above 14 again. And I have my alert set down to, I think, 1385. So I did not take that short because I wanted to see it clear that 14 a lot in a bigger way than just 5 or 6 cents. KSCP, guys, this has been wow, what a rocket ship. This has been 54 cents just maybe a week and a half ago, $1.70 now. Community College places order for 15 K1 blue light towers. So here's okay, there's the Parago. I'm just kind of waiting if it takes out 34 PRGO. Here's another PGR earnings play, expensive one. Boy, look at this. It's gone from 132 down to 120, 119. It is an earnings play. PGR, Progressive Corporation. All right, VSAT down again. It tested that 30 level and kind of got rejected. I think Shady was talking about shorting it 29.60, 63-ish or so. Another earnings play, guys. WIT. Another earnings play. WIT. Cheap one, though. Really cheap. Hmm. Okay, guys. Let's see. Yell. Now, Yell was a big one a couple of days ago. I think it got slammed down yesterday, but you never know. I mean, yes, 2 days ago got up to dollar 59 or so. So it's over a dollar again. I guess it got up to a dollar 20. All right, PGR guys continues down here. Expensive one, but boy, you don't mind playing an expensive one. What a crash. I wouldn't chase it right now, but you may, in fact, at some point it might bounce, but man, PGR. Meanwhile, AAOI just continues to inch its way up. Any news on this one? Just trying to see if there's any specific news for this move. I mean, it's had a great run. Looks like about a month runs. Not quite. June the 23rd. This was a $4 stock. $10 now. Ah, I've lost sight of the toast. Darn. Yeah, shoot. I kind of missed. I was watching it right around here as I was chopping around. It took out this 2604. And Stratasys continues to move on that potential. It's not a done deal, but the potential to merge with Triple D, who have made an offer to merge with them, combine the companies. 2144. Wow. So it's above that 2144 now. And that is SSYS. Guys, there's the PGR continues to move down on earnings. PGR just continues to get hammered here. The next low looking left, if you're into this sort of a price range, 116.59. 116.59 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for PGR. Now, if you're wondering where I'm getting these guys, this will be a pretty useful one for me once we really get into earnings season. But you can kind of see, we're starting to get some earnings plays now. Earnings plays up versus earnings play down. And that is a compare account window. And yes, I am sharing it. Okay, here's one that just showed up. RKLB. RKLB just showed up in the option scanner. Rocket Lab. Now, the next high looking left, where is it? It's got some room, guys. Got some room. 730 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. RKLB, not a low float. Again, they don't have to be low floats, of course. Meanwhile, MLKN continues its climb. Earnings play continues its climb. The next high looking left on the weekly is 1858. Obviously, guys, what I'm doing right now is I'm constantly monitoring my email to see if the developer is letting me know that the room is okay again. So luckily, I did very well on that. Only trade I've been in is the VSAT short early. Look at the Milken, MLKN, again, another new high, 1804. 1858 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Well, hopefully some of you, again, I'm not sure where the first alert was for AAOI. Interesting thing is I loaded this later and I'm still getting alerts at 9:33. So maybe that was the first alert. I'm just trying to scroll back. I just want a confirmation that that was the first alert. Yeah, it looks like it was 10:02. Yeah, 10:20, 10:19. Yeah, 10:20. 10:19 was the first alert for it. All right, guys. Well, I will in the main room. I will put the links to my homepage. You won't be able if you're not watching me in YouTube or see my screen in YouTube or Discord. You won't see what I'm doing, but I will put the link in, to my homepage and the information you'll find there. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, I do apologize for this. The developer of the room had some problems with it yesterday, some kind of a data issue. I thought it was solved yesterday. It's not on his end, of course. It might be some kind of a hack. Thought it was solved yesterday. This morning, everything was fine, but then a little while ago, no go. So actually, this morning it wasn't fine, and then it was okay, but now it's no go again. So I do apologize. This is not normal. We do have a YouTube room up and running. Basically the same. There's a slight delay, but it is, you can see my screen and hear me. And we also have a Discord room also. So we do have the backups in case something like this happens in the main room. So for those of you who can see my screen, I'm going to click on my homepage link. Okay, so this is what you're going to see. So again, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. Now, if you want to take out an annual subscription, I can give you a better promo. You just have to let me know and I'll private message you, okay? If you do want to take out an annual subscription. But if you want to go month to month, that's fine. You'll get 15% off first month only, okay? And again, if you take out a subscription, there is the getting started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, important introductions to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, so take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a great course, free course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I would really encourage you to take a look at it. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it here. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section I have here. So we have a great user guide. Now the user guide, again, the getting started is here. More detail about what an alert window, a top list window, and what stock racing is all about, okay? There's the getting started again. So daily support sessions. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time when the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today being Thursday, it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll put the link to YouTube in the main room and in our Discord room in case you're there. Okay. Last, my scans. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. Very productive today, especially the option plays and the breakdown and breakup, especially the breakdown. Okay, but the option plays, I'm loving these, but I have other scans and of course I am sharing. Now, if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my link. This is a free room and we'd like to keep it that way, okay? So, if you're going to take out a subscription, you can save my homepage and then you can use this promo code, or you can do it right now, of course, but at any time in the future, just save my homepage and then use my promo code. The reason I say all this is that, we use the room, obviously, for marketing. The company wants to know that the marketing is working. And so that's why about 3 times a day, I'll talk about, the things that you'll find on my homepage. And again, taking out a subscription shows the company that people are listening to me and they're using my code. Okay. Now, if you save my link, of course, you can then, at any point, you can look at my scans and that education section. So EDTX, you guys are talking about now. That's one of those crazy ones. Have I ever seen a halt of 20 minutes or 25? Yes, not often, of course, but this is one of these acquisitions. This is a SPAC. Potential open for those of you who can see my screen is 25. This is that blue screen. If you can see the screen, that is from Interactive Brokers. So the question is, have I ever seen anything halted that long? Yes. Not often. Now, yeah, not often. Usually a halt like this is a news halt. Like Frey right here. Frey is halted, Frey. That is a news halt. It was halted on the way down, and that is a news halt. All right, let's see. Did PGR have a bounce? Yeah, PGR actually had a bit of a bounce, guys. It got into that little support area that I was talking about. Bounced a little bit, got down to 116.50, bounced $1. Not a tremendous percentage move on the bounce, but a bounce nonetheless. Well, I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be flip, but do I think Finger will go back to the 650 range ever again? I have no idea. If I said yes, what would that mean to you? If I said no, what would that mean to you? I have no idea. Anything is possible. It could or it could not. I have no special insight as to where or what finger could do in the future. No, there's no analysis though. A question like that though, do I think? Of course it could. Why not? It could, but do I think it will? I have no idea. You see, there's the difference. Obviously there's been a ton of profit taking. I mean, it was on a tremendous run from $1.30. Had a little drop here, and then all the way up to 7. So, profit taking. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. The next high looking 722. So you can see where it kind of got to on the weekly chart, kind of stalled there yesterday. But of course, it could get back, sure. But I mean, I have no feeling for it. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, so any idea? Okay, so there you go. So it resumed, EDTX resumed, and it was well, not it wasn't quite a multiple of 5. So, but EDTX resumed. And where'd it go? Look at that. So it's probably halted again, halted again, halted again. Craziness abounds on this one. Remember a few days ago, this got up to 41, then all the way back down to 11. But it's doing its thing again. If you're looking for news on this, I mean, I don't think you're. In fact, the last news I really saw, yeah, I mean, the merger termination. There was a merger termination on June the 28th. So I don't know what's going on with this company. Maybe the merger's back on again. I really don't know. Somebody'd have to really dig deeper than I can right now. Now, as far as Frey is concerned, yeah, I don't have any specific news about why it is halted. It hasn't, certainly not in Interactive Brokers. It has not hit. Yeah, I would not expect any shorts for me either for EDTX. No, they do say something about no, No, I don't see any shorts available for me. GDRX. Now, GDRX. This was a big one yesterday, and it's continuation now. GDRX, a continuation. The next high looking left, it's probably on the daily chart, is not that far away, unfortunately. I like this red line, guys, because now I don't have to look at my daily chart, but this red line is telling me, that the next high looking left is, well, 718. And then on the weekly chart over here, Parago. See, I'm just too distracted. Too distracted. I should be in this short. Wanted to short it on the break of 34. I'm still monitoring my email. Riot. Let's take a look at, well, how is Mara doing? Let's take a look at Riot. Bitcoin, let's see what Bitcoin is doing. So I see Bitcoin is up 300. Is that right? So Riot has caught up to Mara. We're actually past Mara now. Interesting. So you're saying that different exchanges show different, like I'm on Interactive Brokers, it's showing this Paxos. I don't know anything about PAXOS, but you're saying different providers, data providers will show different Bitcoin prices? How does that work? How does that work though? How would you know? I mean, isn't the price of Bitcoin the price of Bitcoin? I mean, is it not 30,579 right now? I mean, how can you have one exchange saying it's this price and another exchange saying it's another price? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Now, I don't know if this is on a 15-minute delay in Interactive Brokers. I don't know if this is actually live, but it's chain versus off chain. Okay. Terminologies, I'm not, I know blockchain, but I'm not familiar with those terminologies. I guess it doesn't matter as long as you stick on the one exchange and that's the price they're quoting and you trade around that, I guess. I guess it won't matter. In Denver, is that real time? Is that what the same? Is that real time with IB? Or Denver maybe can't hear me. Nice. Well, Shady probably can't hear me. Yeah, his U is really ripping now. That's a big move for it from 44 to 47 now. I know he's been all over that one for seemingly months now as a long term swing. Remember when Nicola, NKLA was going, wow, look at it. It has gone crazy. It has gone crazy again. Remember these few days when it went nuts up to 183? So look at the run this one has been on. I didn't see this at all. I think one of the reasons is the relative volume is 2.7. Most of my scans has to be at least 3. Except here, I don't have a relative volume. Don't have a relative volume in this one at all. This one meaning my race, the change in 5 minutes. All right, guys, 11 o'clock. Still no word from the developer. So MLKN, guys, so a little bit of a pullback now for MLKN, a little bit of a pullback. Yeah, looking at it as a potential short, but the problem I have is at 1767, so less than 20 cents away, could be some support. So that's just not enough for me. Take a look at UPST, Shady talking about UPST triggered. Okay, the SIFI, excuse me, SIFY, so out of India, sort of souring on these cheaper ones, guys, a little bit. Just find them too erratic right now. Okay, rigatoni, RGTI, what is it doing? Wow. So RGTI, again, it's a cheap one, has some room. Now it's too close for me. It's just too close to two. Yeah, I do see this $100 million EU euro, excuse me, European Union Innovation Fund grant. So that would seem like it's pretty good news, right? It would seem like it. Now, when it opens, let's see, do they say when it might open? Sometimes in something like this, they'll say we'll open at 11:30 or meanwhile, EDTX continues its lagging. Okay, so now EDTX, the good. Now here we're into the ugly. We sort of had the bad. Now we're into the ugly. EDTX, the potential open is 25.44. Well, actually, when I first saw it, it was down to 21. So ah, I'm upset with myself on the toast, the TOST. Now look at next. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a look at next NEXT. Where could it go on the way down? Okay, it's got some room. This, I'm not able to get the fill I want for next. The uptick rule. That's 19%. I'm going to leave it in and see if I get it a hit. What is happening with Next? Something to do with Dynagas. Yeah, I don't quite understand that entire press release, but at any rate, Next is getting beaten up here. NEXT, nice break at a consolidation underneath 7. NEXT. Well, guys, if you took the Perigo PRGO on that, even if you waited on it for a 34 break, not too bad. It just made another new low. Okay, I was able to finally get a fill on the Next, guys. So right around 687. Next 687 on a short. Left it in there for quite a while. Don't usually do that, but see what happens. It has some room. Next, NEXT has some room down to almost 6. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but the next low looking left on the daily chart is 621. 619 is the next low. So in this short 687 for Next, this 7 level will certainly get me out. So there's a 687. So if 7 gets me out, that's a 13-cent stop, right? Do I have a reasonable expectation of making 26 cents? Okay, because that's how I take a trade. 1 for 2, risking 13. Do I have a reasonable expectation of making 26? Well, if I look left, I don't see any resistance until about 618, obviously more than 26 cents away. So that's my thought process of taking this one. And it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It may not work, don't get me wrong. It may not work, but that's my thought process of taking this trade. So if it can get down to 661, and again, it may not, okay? And for instance, if it got down to 670 and it started to move up, I'd probably take some off. Okay, I'm not bound and determined just to wait for 661 or bust. No, we you'll explain it, but that is not it. No. Okay, guys. Well, I may get knocked out of the next. Just waiting on this to see if it touches 7. If it touches 7, I'm out. Yeah, on a news halt, it could be. There's no hard and fast rule. Sorry, there's no hard and fast rule of how long a news halt will be. A lot of times, the exchange may say we'll resume trading at and give a time, but can't see anything like that. But there's no hard and fast rule. Question was, when will Frey start trading? All right, guys, just kind of waiting on the next to see if it can see if it really holds underneath 7. Might be very boring. Fubo on the way down. FUBO on the way down also. Pretty high short float percent, 17%. It had a nice run for 5 days, but it is starting to move down. FUBO. The next, again, I'm not that wild about these cheaper ones anymore. Not yet. I just don't find solid enough trends in them. They're just a little too choppy for my taste right now. Okay, next is back down to where I shorted it. So let's see if it moves here. Okay. My cat is driving me crazy. Okay. Yeah, and that's what he did yesterday. I think he reported some, excuse me, the unusual size option trade, and he had a number beside it. I think it was like 420,000 or 500,000. And people were wondering the same thing. Is that how much you made? And he said, no, no. It's yeah, freaking EDTX is correct. It was not over. Freaking EDTX. I can say that. If it ever comes to my last day in this room, I'll really let loose because it won't matter. I'm not really a choir boy, okay? I'm really not. I'm not a Boy Scout choir boy, but for the purposes of this room, no, I'm not a crazy, I'm not a maniac either, but oh, in that regard, my demeanor, yeah, my demeanor is pretty much like this, but I may say the odd word that you haven't heard here. Let's put it that way. But I'll say it in a mild mannered way. Come on, next, do something for me. Either get me out of the trade. What time is it right now? 11:20. I have another 40 minutes or so in until I take my break. I might get knocked out. It's just a little too. Yeah, I'm taking myself out of the trade. Probably too boring for me right now. Anyway, I may look at it later on if it gets back into the 680. So I took a small loss on the next. Okay. Frey is open. Let's see. Did it open in a huge way? Not really. Well, okay. It opened at 962 and then it popped up. But look at this. Look at this bottoming. Okay, that's where it was halted. Okay, so it did pop up. It's now through the 200-day moving average. The link to the Discord, I can give it to you. Okay, here you go, Philippe. Meanwhile, TMC is getting drilled here. TMC, lots of shares available. Also, lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Just again, I'm just kind of shying away from now. Frey, Frey. Yeah, look at this erratic, very erratic right now. You would think, on that news, it would just fly and keep going for a while. But no. There you go, Grant. Grant. There you go, William. The grant is about enough to offset what they normally lose in a year. Okay. So yeah, on the surface, looks pretty awesome, but when diving into it, gives us a bit of a reality check. Well, there's another one popping, guys. Cadiz. CDZI is just absolutely ripping here. 8 million in the float. Sorry, 8 million traded right here. It wasn't doing anything until right now. And the next high looking left, probably a little too close, 390 and 4. It's too bad because this is just, I don't know why it's doing this, but this is a big, big move. Look at the volume. I mean, that candle right there, that volume bar right there, 8.38 million. It's only traded 8.4. So it hardly traded at all until that happened for CDZI. I have no news on this one. Anybody have any news on this? Lots of shares at Interactive Brokers, 510,000 if you wanted to short. I'd love to see if there's some news on this, though. Water supply and irrigation systems. I think my cat has a bottomless pit for a stomach. Okay, no more. Just give me a moment. All right. So anyway, we were talking about this CDZI. Big pop up for it. Water and irrigation systems, land and water resource development company. All right. Continues here, guys. I really wish, I wish these were the next highs. Right around, they say 430 or so. I'd probably take this one, see if it settles down a little bit here. You see, William, I have now that Bitcoin is up to 30,757. The last time I looked, it was at 30,500. That's what I have. So Bitcoin is sort of, I mean, I don't know what you mean by running, but the Riot, yeah, Riot is running, taking over from Mara. I mean, really taking over from Mara. See, now I remember looking at Mara when it was back in here, and it had, so last week it really broke out of this because before Mara had already really broken out. Mara had really broken out, and Riot was kind of lagging a bit, but now this is really broken out. Take a look at Mara. This is what I was saying when I was doing a comparison of the two of them. You see Mara, you see this area here sort of corresponded to that area that I was talking about with the Riot, and it had broken out. Now that's 4 weeks ago. Mara was still sort of stuck in an area like this, but it is completely broken out now. And now look at Mara. Now I have to play a little game here. Who will finish higher today, Mara or Riot? Oh, PJ. Okay, Paul. I did not know that. Ah, okay. Look at next now. Maybe I'll try it again. Oof, I'm trying to short this next, but again, this uptick rule. I'm sitting there on the bid. You know what? What time is it now? 11:31. I'm just going to forget about it. I'm trying to short it at 680, and they won't fill me. Lots of shorts available. That's not the issue. It's just the uptick rule. Too bad. Well, I got a little jumpy on it. I guess if I'd actually waited for a seven touch, I'd be fine. But here's the NKLA guys, Nicola, NKLA, another one that is doing a crazy move today. Look at this move. I mean, we talked about this a little while ago. I think it was at 160. Now it's at 190. And it has come all the way from 140 this morning. You watch any of the old Honeymooner clips. PJ will get this one. You're a laugh riot, Alice. Wow. You don't get it. Oh, look at some of the old Honeymooner clips. I used to love watching those clips on YouTube. Oh, you're a laugh riot, Alice. Okay. Yeah, can't say that today to the moon. I mean that is that's a little dated. That would not pass the censors, and rightly so. Okay, things are really starting. Shoot, I almost said the word. I mean, it ticked off. Next, couldn't get my short again, and now this is starting to work quite well. Remember, 661 would have been my one for two had I held it. Everything's on YouTube, Daniel. Everything. There it is. So that would have been almost my 2-1 for the next. Saladi. Well, if you took this one when I was talking about it and you did not get out when I did, you're probably looking pretty good now. You should probably have at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. The next low looking left is 615, 618, sorry, 619. So if you did, there we go. So at least one guy. Thank you, Bob. I'm glad you held on to it. Very interesting. The developer in the room must be just swamped because I've emailed him a couple of times and normally he answers very quickly, but he must be just having his tearing his hair out if he has any. I've never met him, of course. So it looks like Bitcoin is going to get close to that 31,000 again. So Bob, when you say you'll have your profit at 640 for next, what does that mean to you? What does that mean exactly? You mean what was your risk, and then what was your first 1 for 2? Where did it have to get to before you would have a 1 for 2 risk reward? I've met Michael once. I've never met Chris in person. No, I've met Michael once. We used to have these AGM meetings in San Diego, but they haven't been one since the pandemic. So I think that was the first year before the pandemic was the first year Michael started officially. So that's when I met him. No, I know, but why 640? That's all. That's my question. Why 640? Why would you cover at 640? Out of curiosity. I see. I never put price targets on anything. That's just the way I trade. I mean, I look left and I see, well, where could it go before it hits the next low? In this case, 620. But let's put it this way: if it got close to 620, I'd be taking some profit off. But I would have been waiting to see if it took out 620. I wouldn't be just saying, well, that's it. I'm just curious. Yeah, San Diego's an awesome place. I have to admit. Only two cities in the states I'd live: San Diego and Boston. Wow, 650. This is turning into just a blastedly good trade, guys, for anybody who held on to it. Oh, so you must have got well. You must have had a wider stop than I did, Bob. For yours to be a 1 for 2 at 640, which is fine. That's fine. Okay, I'm kind of watching this one that ticked me off a little bit yesterday was the DAKT. I have a thumbnail. Might be looking at a short on this one. It's a little extended. I My other chart, it didn't look as the proportion wasn't didn't look like this. I had the earnings play yesterday, got all the way up to 864, close down here, excuse me, down here. And now breaking down, of course, below yesterday's low. And the next low looking left is 6. So meanwhile, oh my gosh. Well, it looks like you're gonna get your 2 to 1 for next. Yeah, the 200 day is at 599 also. So we've got this right there at 618 and then 599. You can see that blue line right on my daily chart. That is the 200 day moving average. Let's see, where is EDTX now? Now here's a cheapie, a real cheapie. I don't know why it's showing up actually. This is a pink sheet stock, guys. I got halted. I don't care about this one. I probably should. Well, my exchanges, yeah. For some reason, I got them all checked. I mean, it rarely happens that we get a pink sheet stock in here, so I'll leave that. Just out of curiosity, you never know, something one might absolutely rip. How did that SNPX end up doing? Yeah, look at this big drop after the big pop up. This is just tormenting me here now. That next, it's tormenting me by showing me every time it makes a new low, it's showing up here. Well, how is BITO Bitcoin doing? BITO, an ETF for Bitcoin, BITO, probably doing something like this. Yes. So you're saying Bitcoin not breaking out, but I don't know. I see that it's up 612, up to 30,896. So I mean, and BITO is just ripping here. Ah, good. Okay. So you covered, yeah. Well, you got right almost to the penny then. Let's see where it goes from here. The next in our YouTube room, somebody did take the next short, held on, covered at 640 for his 1 for 2 risk reward. Now, you cover everything. I wouldn't have covered everything, but because it still has some room. But hey, boy, riot. Yeah, no kidding. That is one big wow. Well, let's take a look at Riot. Where could it keep going before it hits any sort of resistance? So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is what? Yeah, right here. 2104 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So, based on the weekly chart, I mean, it still has room. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it still has room. And there was a day in which there were no shorts ever available at Interactive Brokers for Riot. The big red dot, they wouldn't even look for you. But boy, they're 1.64 million now. So those days are long gone. Not that I want to short this one right now, but it's interesting. See, I have Bitcoin at 31,085 now. So it popped through. I mean, Bitcoin is just surging here, up 800 approximately. I have it at 31,081. Actually, somebody did that in Denver. Somebody actually, what was it? Oh, was it crypto stocks? But it was China stocks. Probably. So I think Andy's looking after that. So if you support at trade-ideas.com. Oh, he did crypto. Okay. Or was that you? Okay. I can't remember anymore. Yeah, but somebody else. So it was crypto. Okay. So yeah, just support at trade-ideas.com. Attention Andy and ask him if he wants that. Okay. Well, he doesn't come in here. Oh, I mean, he doesn't come in here at all. And Pepe is saying 638 was the fib level for next. So that actually worked out very nicely for you, Bob, then getting out at 640. Yeah. Well done. Okay. Well, that's what I was wondering. We're getting this from Interactive Brokers. So right now, I see 30,960 right now. So it's possible it is delayed. I don't know that. See, that's approximately what we have. It's so fast right now. We have 30,926. Anyway, whatever's happening to Bitcoin, it is surging. Yeah, still no word from the developer. Boy, that's very, very strange. He must be just swamped with trying to figure out like getting in touch with the data center. Like when is this going to be over? I think he has. I want to say he has 40 rooms. So he's got he's carved out on not a bad little business, maybe 30 rooms. Denver, don't look. Don't look at EDTX. Are you aware kind of what's happening, Pepe? I mean, is this sort of more widespread than it has to be more widespread than just his? his room. Has to be, or his service. Well, as crazy as it is, I mean, look what it did. It has now taken out the high of a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And if you're looking for a reason, there isn't one. I mean, other than 255,000 shares in the float. So there are a lot of attacks going on right now. Okay. Oh, it's not trade ideas, dip buy. It's got nothing. I mean, look, obviously you guys access the room from within Trade Ideas, but it's not a Trade Ideas product as such. It's a third party. So it's not a Trade Ideas issue. You're right. But you're saying you're in another room and have similar problems. So yeah, tough. Well, you know what? If YouTube were a little more friendly in terms of posting and things like that, and being able to create tabs, I mean, we could all just be in YouTube forever. It's just not as friendly. And Pepe, you have told me that there might be a way in YouTube to get rid of that 8-second delay. Maybe you should refresh my memory again, if you don't mind, because we might be there for a while then. Because otherwise we could just really just use YouTube. Check my latency setting. Okay. I'm sorry, Pep. I just never thought it would come to this. Latency setting. Okay. Well, I'll be taking a break pretty soon, and so I might be able to do something when I do take my break. So, guys, what do you think? I mean, this could be an interesting question here. I mean, the nice thing about the room, of course, you have the different tabs. Okay. Otherwise, YouTube, there's no tab. So otherwise, YouTube would just have it be post after post after post. We could not separate, specific stocks from anything else. The other thing is, I think it's harder for me to direct message people. Not that I do it that often. So ultra low latency. Okay, I will. So the question is, how many trades do I average a day? Probably not more than 5. maybe 6, and rarely in more than one at a time. Yeah. Well, it's funny though. We haven't had too many spammers in YouTube for quite a while. We used to get the crazy, well, the X-rated sites coming in and all that. We really haven't had that. But you're right. I mean, it would be very. I noticed today. Did I notice? Let's see. I didn't see. I didn't see a spammer today. I have seen them in the past talking. I haven't seen it today though, William. I'm looking at general market talk. I'm looking at specific stocks only. I don't see it today there. Anyway, let's just hope he gets, well, it's out of his control right now. Can I block people? Yes, definitely. Oh, an 0708. Okay, yes, yes. I did see the spammer back then. Yes. Do we have an 820 cross alert? So this is what we have for SMA crosses, okay? I think we do have it, but you might not be happy because it does require some volume confirmation, and some people don't like that. But if you're talking about, what are you talking about? You're talking about the 820. So here we go, eight period crossed either. So you have different time frames. So above or below for the 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute time frames, okay? But it does require some confirmation. So it depends on the time frame you're looking at. This is what I would do if you were looking at on a 5 minute. I might use the 2 minute because the 2 minute, even if it's a volume confirmation, by the time it got to 5 minutes, it might be right there, or it may not be that big a deal. So what I'm saying is that, if you're looking for the absolute alert when it crosses, it may be slightly delayed because it does need a volume confirmation. Okay, Trevor? Okay, guys, listen, I've got to get my announcement in. Well, I guess I don't have to really put it in the main room because you can't see anything. But I am on a break. I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. Okay. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Steve, I just heard the little ping, so you must be there.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I was
so
detained
all
there.
sorts of. What's that? Sorry.
What's that? Go ahead. What's that?
Yeah, so we're having problems in the main room, but it's not just him. Others are telling me that other types of trading rooms are having the same issue.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was just texting my brother. I'll share my screen and get that out of the way.
Mhm.
Just texting my brother because he and I are holding some of this digital currency called XRP. I'm kind of excited about, and XRP just got a favorable ruling there from the SEC, and they just took off. But what I'm getting at is the site is down. So there's all sorts of
Ah,
weird stuff going
mhm.
on right now. Let's see. How do I should be sharing my screen. Hang on a second. Let me see.
You are yes, it's a whole
Yeah,
it's a
okay.
jumble of stuff.
There we
There
go.
we
Yeah,
go.
well,
Just the cues up there.
I
Okay.
had the live feed up, but yeah, I was showing that it was just so interesting. Yeah, there seems like there's some buggy stuff going on out there.
Yeah, yeah. I feel sorry for Sebastian because he runs about 30 rooms, so he's got to be going crazy
Mm,
right now. Anyway, I'll let you go. I'll try to show up, 5 minutes before so you can head off to
sure.
your 1 o'clock meetings. Okay.
Yeah. Enjoy the vacuuming.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, Steve.
Okay. See ya.
Talk to you later.
Um, bring up my Epic pen. So yeah. Anyway, big move here in this crypto that I've been holding, XRP Ripple. They got a favorable ruling from the judge that told the SEC to go pound sand. You can't regulate this thing. So that's a big deal. Therefore, you look around, Bitcoin's jumping. There's a lot of excitement now. Mara, all these mining companies that have been running forever are extending their head to new heights again. CIFR was one Andy was pointing out. Boy, that really bothers me because I was in that one. Where's my Epic pen? I was in this one way back here, and I got just frustrated as it just wouldn't bounce off of that moving average. Ah, there's my Epic pen. So I was back here. I was really expecting it to go, and then look how it shook me out and took off. So frustrating. All right, so let me pay attention to and say hello here to the YouTube live chat. I seem to be locked up here. I need to close a few things. No, I can't close that. I'm totally locked up here. What the heck? Oh God, I'm not locked up. I'm an idiot, is what I am. I'm not locked up. I had the stupid thing on. All right, cool. Yeah, HYMC, Patrick. I am not selling. I have a feeling that this one, well, this one's on the radar of the Redditors, the Wall Street Bets, but my God, look at how perfect my price alert just kissed perfectly. Price alert was there for a reason. It was right there at the 200-day declining moving average. And anybody that doesn't think technical analysis has any merit, go ahead and tell me why the sellers jumped in there exactly to the penny of the declining 200-day. I'm being passively aggressively sarcastic. I'm sorry, but technicals beat fundamentals, in my opinion. If you're a short-term trader, if you're a long-term investor, fundamentals, have at it. Brian, I put 500 into XRP last night. Well, it's a digital currency. It's not going to be a stock. See what they pull up here. Nothing. Yeah. So it's a digital currency. And it was just kind of exciting to see it pop up like that. We've been waiting for this news for a while. So on the daily chart, what does it look like? That's what it looks like on the daily chart. Still, it was a 50-cent instrument, and big spike. Probably a lot of algorithm scalping, but probably a good strong bid being held here now. Like if I was to go back to the 1 hour, a lot of consolidation to probably work out there. Brian, I'm sorry, I'm just catching up with your thoughts there. I had my I've got XRP, XLM, and some Litecoin, and a couple months ago, I just wasn't comfortable having them resting on a wallet somewhere else, so I bought a digital ledger, and I've downloaded them on my ledger, and it's in my safe, and it feels pretty good right now when my brother's panicking and he can't log into his Uphold account. Are you in Metal blockchain? Fedcoin is going. Yeah, I'm fully into the new reboot. I'm not going to call it a reset. We'll call it a reboot of global financial system, and it's going to have to be backed by something, and it's also going to have to be digital. So I think we're going to have digital currencies backed by gold and silver. That's what I think's coming. So that's why I'm really heavily invested in physical silver and some other stuff here and online. Yeah, equity, I should say. Got some AGQ in a couple of accounts. And this was the problem is I'll just bring up SLV for the sake of it. I've been in this thesis for a while now, and I've been in and out of this thing a couple times, right? I thought back here a couple times that we were really off to the races, in silver. So, trust me, I was ready to go in all of those scenarios, but they never panned out. So what it did is it became a lesson to me. And, is the chart continuing to confirm your story? No. And every time it would break back down, I would get back out. But now I'm back in. I watched how the price really consolidated down there and held the 200-day moving average. And I knew CPI was coming up, and I don't know, it just felt like time to get back in. And also, I purchased some more physicals on their way for delivery today. All right. Back up a little bit. Hello, Larry. Roku. Yes, I can comment on a Roku long. I know Fubo is doing great. Okay, so they're kind of running together, aren't they? I've used both. I use Fubo and Roku. I'm familiar with what they're doing. And, it's my contention that I think the silent recession, I'll just call it, is quietly hurting discretionary income. So that $200 that you used to spend going out on date night, maybe you're throwing it into a staycation binge night and you're just watching stuff on TV. So, obviously Netflix is the gorilla, but Roku and Fubo are small time new platform competitors. And if you want to watch MLB baseball, you were forced to use Fubo, but now they've kind of changed the term. So Fubo is extended. You can see that one big long red candle tail. This thing probably needs a few days to work itself out. Just like, I'll get to Roku, but just like Beat. I'm in Beat, and I sold some Beat up here, about 1/3, maybe a quarter. And I've literally, you see that blue line right there? I literally have a good till canceled limit bid. I might have to raise this bid a little bit. I'll adjust that in my account, but I'm going to put that at maybe 295. And I'm going to reload. I'm going to reload down there. So how does that bring in Roku? Roku's done the same thing. So if you're already in this, you're doing good. The consolidation that it's holding up here is very solid. It's holding the 75 level extremely well. And in my opinion, it's probably just kind of waiting for this 5-day SMA to kind of roll up and see what's going on. So I guess it all depends on, if you're asking me to enter here, does it look good to enter here? It's a tough call because at any given time, Roku could, easily decide that it wants to consolidate over price, not just time, and pop back down here to this rising 10 SMA. So I don't like establishing positions up here. Hopefully, Larry, you're already in it and you're just managing the trade at this point. Let me tell you a funny story, Fubo, about So Expensive. So I decided that I wanted to watch my Padres baseball this year. My kids are into it, and let's go. Let's do it. I've never used MLB, and I had heard that MLB had some absolutely ridiculous rule that certain games were blocked out in your market. So what's the point in subscribing to MLB if you couldn't follow all of your team games? But Fubo has what's called the Bally's Sports Network. And so I said, all right, we'll give it a try. And did a free week, and then I paid for 1 month. It was expensive, $80 just to watch baseball. Well, that's one baseball ticket, so it was worth it to me. And then I decided, oh, I heard MLB is changing their rules because of situations just like mine and everybody else probably saying, why the hell do I have to subscribe to a whole platform when I just want to watch a single team? So MLB changed their rules, and I go, oh, well, we'll just go ahead and reverse that, and you can watch your own local team for a package deal of $20 a month. Oh, great. So I go to cancel Fubo, and here's where it gets funny. Fubo says, wait, don't go. We'll give you 65% off. I said, no. How about 70%? Well, that worked out to be the same price as the MLB deal. So I'm like, all right, you guys caught me for another month, but I'm out of here at the end of the month. So funny story, Fubo. Yeah, perfect circle. I think, yeah, people are watching their discretionary pennies right now. Hello, Bonnie. Yes, can you show the pattern recognition scanner and the scans? Yes, I think so. You and I chatted earlier. So there's two things going on. I'll start with, the more exciting one. We're going to New Market Explorer. I think we talked about this. And when you're in the Market Explorer, you right click to find your strategy. And we've got some pattern recognition on the daily. So we've got some nice bull flags perhaps. Here, let's take a look and see what these bull flags are giving us. And by the way, once you've got your scan here, you can sort. All right, we could sort by ATR. Give me the nasty ones. Or we could sort by volume or position and range. So let's start with ATR. I mean, these are some big movers. Obviously, these are expensive ones. These are expensive stocks, so that's why they have large ATRs. Let's go by price. All right, so if we go down to the $3 stocks, let's see. Hey, there's a bull flag right there. Nice grinding sideways pattern, looking for a reason to move higher. DBI was a bull flag, but it broke. So that's one way to look. All right, that's the Market Explorer. The second way would be I'm going to go to an alert window because it's only an alert. Okay, a window configuration, alerts, search. Excuse me. So we have categories, and I would say category it down to geometric patterns. And as I said, these were based on 15-minute candles, but as you'll notice, you can also qualify the hours of trading. So if I want to see kind of a head and shoulders bottom, inverted head and shoulders bottom right there, it's the inverted one. Let me add that alert, and then I would say, okay, if this is a 15-minute chart, let me see something maybe over the course of 2 or 3 trading days. Maybe put 16 hours or something in there. So you can kind of encapsulate the time frame in which you want a 15-minute pattern to be recognized. And that's about as simple as that one gets, Bonnie. So the pattern recognition scanner is in the new Market Explorer. And again, I would invite you to go through and just kind of look at the different strategies. Pattern recognition, we've got some gap and pullback to the 10 SMA is interesting. So there's some candlestick patterns in there. We've got some intraday stuff now. So there's a lot of stuff that you can explore. And then, like I said, once you bring it up, you can sort by price or whatever you want to see which ones you want. Hopefully that helps a little, Patty. Let me know, Bonnie, if I need to elaborate. Hello, David. Just wondering if you had anyone mention outside market hours, pre-post latest daily candle on any chart is just a crosshair. As soon as market opens, it resets properly. I think we are aware of that, David. If it, I know what you're talking about. Right when the market, matter of fact, I know exactly what you're talking about because I got so frustrated one day on the bug, which is what it is, and it's being addressed. It's been written up. I'm trying to do a stinking video, and that thing keeps popping in and out, and I'm like, oh, this is not helping my video here on the chart. So we're aware of it. Yeah, it gets it's a little wonky, and so I believe in the next beta that we will release, it should be taken care of. All right. Market Explorer is in the standard version. However, there is one component of the Market Explorer that is an add-on package that is an add-on subscription because it's licensed from Brian Shannon, which is the Anchored VWAP. So if you get on here to Anchored VWAP, we can go to Pinch and we can see some stocks that maybe are having a, as we call, Anchored VWAP pinch. You see those two lines pinching in between. This is a really interesting scan. Look at how support is now being shown on KRTX on the bottom end of that. So you can use these for range trading or you can use them for breakout trading. For instance, IMGN, look at that. I could put a price alert right there. And if it breaks out, then I know it's breaking above its AVWAP pinch. So there's a lot of value in this one. Look at that perfect range. But to answer the question, that is an add-on. But to get to the Market Explorer, it's not a premium feature. That is a standard feature. We want everybody to explore that. Yes, David, thank you. I appreciate just kind of kicking us to remind us that is an open issue ticket. We are actually revamping our website, and so you're going to see a lot of changes coming up in the next 30 days. So certain bugs are getting priority and certain bugs are not. All right. Okay, Trevor, good question. I don't play crosses. I use my moving average as a support and resistance levels. There. Okay. There we go. Let me see if I can find some examples here. So primarily, I only use a couple moving averages on my intraday chart here, and it's the 10 SMA and the 5-day moving average. Now, I use moving averages as areas of interest. And I think one of the easiest ways, actually, I'm going to go perfect. I got it. A perfect example. Carvana yesterday, Dan was shorting it. And I said, hey, if you're shorting Carvana, he took an initial position right here. And God, dang it. And I said, great. What you need to do is wait for the signal candle. What's the signal candle? The signal candle is that one right there. Why is it called the signal candle? When I am in a good trade and it's going my way and I'm ready to start taking profits on the long side, okay? On the long side, I need the price to bounce off of this moving average, along the way as it did. Little wonky there, but once it got in motion, that right there is a beautiful touch. That's about as good as I can show you to imprint visually on how I use the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart to gauge that momentum is still, in fact, in play. Then hopefully I'm taking some profits off as it really extends to new highs. But they all say, we all say, hey, try to hold on to a piece or a trailing stop or hold on to a little bit of a chunk as long as you can to try and maximize your price. Well, this is what I use to do that. So if I've got 1/3 left and I'm trying to let it work, the minute it breaks, and this is, Trevor, this is the key operative word, closes. Not trades, not wicks, but closes a 15-minute candle. As soon as it closes and posts a close below that line, look, it was doomed. Just absolutely, it never got back above. So That is a very important signal to me. On the way up, it holds the price. Sometimes if I'm looking to buy or add, I will even add at this line. But in terms of taking profits, I think that's a great way to look for a closing candle running out of momentum and steam. It closes below that rising 10. That's how I use moving averages. I don't even really bother with crosses. I look for momentum, and I look for the momentum to be ridden and held. Here goes Riot again to new highs. So this thing is obviously continuing on the Bitcoin move, which let's just see what's going on over there. There we go. Getting into the 60 cents now. Bitcoin is up not much, but XRP is up 29%. XLM is up 11%. Litecoin's up 6%. That's happy. Good day for that. Back to Bonnie. Oh, yes, back to Bonnie. For pattern recognition scan, bottoms and tops, can we create our own watch list of stocks to scan? Yes, you can. So let's say, Bonnie, that you're going to use the pattern recognition. Well, let me qualify that. If it's the Market Explorer, no. Market Explorer is going to give us what it gives us. But when you're looking to maybe, like I said, use this configure and go to geometric patterns, if you're going to go this route, you can create some scans like I showed you, add hours, 12, 16, 18 hours, whatever. That's your time sample. The most important thing is you can do symbol list. So you could create a scan and then use the symbols that you want and only have the scan monitor that list of symbols. The way in which you do that, the easiest way, and I don't know if Charles is in here, is to go to Tools, Options. Nope, my bad. Tools, Symbol List. And from here, you can manage your symbol list folders. I've got a couple. So you'd create a new list, you'd give it a name. Once you've got that name, you just start typing in symbols. Symbol enter, symbol enter, symbol enter, all the way down. Then you can point any one of these scans towards that symbol list, like I've done here. Symbol list. ETF, that's the one we just looked at, ETF. So it's only showing me the following list. You could do all symbols or only show me this list. And you go and you find the list that you made and you activate it. So I hope that helps, Bonnie. Yes, Trevor, you got it. I am a short-term swing trader. Matter of fact, I'm about ready to do like a short video on it, and I'll explain what I'm going to do. I love the visual of surfing the market. And surfing the market, to me, the perfect move is usually a day and a half to 2 days. I notice that a lot of times once we get momentum, it goes for a full day. And then into day 2, it carries over, maybe a gap, maybe new highs, grinding higher. But after about lunchtime of day 2, a lot of traders start to get a little itchy. They want to book those profits. So that's a time frame that I try to play, and then I'll hold on to, what I can after that day and a half, and see if that trailing, can work, which would have worked great in Riot, which I was in and got out too soon. But the surfing analogy, all right, I don't surf, but I live in San Diego and I watch those guys, and a lot of my friends surf, and I can appreciate what they do. And they just kind of park out there and they watch the horizon. You're watching the market. You'll see a couple things. All right. You position yourself, get in position, go. You pull the trigger, you start paddling. And before you start paddling, sometimes you might have to wait a day or two to really get what you want. Maybe you buy a little, and then you realize it's ready to go. You're paddling to get on that wave. Boom, buy another half, double up, full load. If you're lucky, you're getting your move. You're getting explosive moves. It's triggering highs, and you're riding it. To me, a couple cutbacks, 1, 2, and you're out. And like I said, 1, 2 could be that first day, that second day follow through. And then I'm getting real nervous. And what am I doing? I'm watching exactly what I was just showing. Was it Trevor or Bonnie on the stop? moving averages. So after I've made a couple of cutbacks, right, on my surfboard, I'm having a nice boom. I'm watching for that signal candle. And once that signal candle comes, I'm bailing out the backside of the wave and I'm paddling and I'm looking for another wave. Is my wave. And that's it. I don't like to get married to stocks. Now, again, sometimes I'll say I'll jump into something. Perfect example is this Riot. I would love to say that I just nailed this thing, but I basically flatted it. I got so tired of the back and forth chop back here. I just kind of took what I could when I could. I didn't wait. And it was bothering me because it kept pulling back, it kept fake breaking out and pulling back. And so, if I'd have been patient, I'd have stayed with it. And that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you got to sit on that surfboard and you just kind of watch the horizon a little bit longer than you thought. So that's my my best analogy for my time frame. I'm actually going to make a video on that, and it's a great question. I love answering it. I call it swing surfing or swing scalping because you're not really holding on for days and weeks. You're just kind of positioning yourself and riding the momentum and then breaking out the backside. Yeah, these mining stocks have just gone nuts. I mean, Cypher did the same thing in Cypher. I did the same damn thing in Cypher. What happened? I got impatient down here. I wanted it to run a couple days earlier, and it didn't. It just played around, had to pull back, and and sometimes this is a good reminder, right? It's a bow and arrow. There's my bow, and there's my arrow. And sometimes you got to pull it back to shoot it higher. And price action can do that sometimes. So if you're really on the ball and you want to get into something, but you feel like you're chasing, you can always look back and set a price alert and say, well, if they run the stops right before the big move does come, and trust me, that does happen. No, I'm not holding CXAI. Speaking of getting frustrated with stocks, this thing the AI game has been a good one, and they've moved IONQ and AI. They've nice moves. EBAI, I'm still in this one. Barely, as you can see, it held the 200-day. I needed to hold that 200-day. Matter of fact, this little, excuse me, this little wick right here was a test, I believe. And this is why I wait for closing candles to see how is this stock going to close at the end of the day. Is it going to close below the 200 or back above and recapture it? Closing back above and recapturing it is what you want to see as a swing trader. And it's what you want to do. It's what you want to understand, I should say, as to why, personally, I don't like to bail out of swing trades that aren't working midday, because more often than not, they're just a shakeout. And in this case, I could have gotten frustrated, could have been in a bad mood and just said, hell with it, and just sold it. But at the end of the day, I've looked back too many times and said, why did I sell that midday? Why didn't you just wait for the close? The close is the real story. So I'm also in Groupon still. Big short squeeze potential in this one, I still feel. Matter of fact, I had a full load and I got out yesterday of 1/5 right there at 715. So I still have 4/5 remaining. Short float 44%, 16 million. I might even add to this thing if it looks like it wants to go again. Quite honestly, I still have a pretty good chunk. This is the trade of the week. It is working. But CXAI is just a pain in the butt, man. It just won't do what I want it to do. Every time it tries, the powers that be, there's only a 1.7 million in the float. I don't trust this figure. There's something weird going on. In all likelihood, this thing could just explode without me. It's happened before. It happened in Riot. It happened in CIFR. I just showed you guys. It's just, at what point you just get tired of 4 or 5 times trying to play the lottery ticket. You play this thing with, just a few hundred shares, something that's not going to hurt too bad, depending on the person, the size of your account, of course. But I'll give it this. I'll tell you what, this is the first time I've seen it a little bit more healthy than usual, because let's talk about moving averages. All right. perfect example here. You might be bringing me back into this damn trade. 2 hits of the 5-day moving average resistance. Now all of a sudden we've got a pinch here, and we have regained the both of those averages, for lack of a better word. Spread on this thing is ridiculous. I'll nibble a little bit and see if I can get a fill just for a few hundred. Sit on the bid. No, John, trust me, I wouldn't buy on anybody's account. I don't want to miss this thing. I've tried it 4 or 5 times, and now that you brought it up, I look at it, and as I just explained, I see a valid reason to swing the bat again. It doesn't take much, but it needs to hold this level right here, this 975. I'm willing to take some here at 85 on the bid, just for a few hundred, and it's like a lottery ticket. If it doesn't work, it doesn't hurt, but if it works, well, then you add to it quickly and you try and ride the momentum. But I kind of want to keep it on my radar. So there's my fill. So yeah, we'll just nibble a little bit there. And again, just for anybody who doesn't understand, this is why I like it, not because I'm emotionally attached to it. I don't want to miss out. Obviously, I have a FOMO of a giant short squeeze potential. I don't know how real that is, but does the chart confirm my story that we might be ready for the squeeze again? Well, yeah, it does, because zoom in. We have recaptured that level, the 5-day moving average. We've recaptured it. The 10 SMA is coming up underneath. I call this the pinch. Just like an AVWAP pinch, this is my personal pinch, the 10 SMA and the 5-day. And for those that don't know, this blue line is 130 periods, and the other one is 10 periods. And I get a lot of valuable information just kind of using those two. And for the moment, it feels like it's worth, a few hundred shares to just try and hold this level right here and see if we can come up out of there. If not, it won't hurt. All right, moving on. Good luck, John. I don't know if you're in it too, but it's been screwing me for a while. Well, I don't want to see it close back below these moving averages. I'll get out if I have to today. Larry, do you know about how options volume works when it comes to written options to buy open or to buy to close? I try to understand the differences. Larry, I am not an options expert, but options volume works when it comes. Do you mean writing options, like taking the other side of an option and creating an option, like writing a call for somebody who thinks the market's going up, but you don't necessarily think it's going up, so you take the premium? Or are you talking about our scanners and how the filter for options volume contract today works? I mean, I think one of the more valuable filters that we have for options related issues, excuse me, I had no idea there's a different type of pointer there. Huh. I amuse myself. So we go to search, and the keyword is options, and the percent. Options volume today percent. I think this is probably it's the most valuable filter we have, because it measures today's contracts, puts and calls, whatever it is, you'll be able to tell against the normal historical norm baseline for that stuff. That's a great question, Larry. I understand it. Yeah, both sides. So every option is a party and a counterparty. So the question is, doesn't volume mean someone buying puts to go down. Some when they sell calls and hopes for it to go down. Does that make options volume unreliable? I don't think it makes it unreliable, but I'm going to definitely tell you, I don't trade options a whole lot, and I am not an expert. You are certainly welcome to like send that question in for somebody here who's much better at options and give you a better explanation than I could, because I don't want to sit here and pretend like I know. I do know that a lot of people who trade our platform like the options volume filter. It does give them some solid information. All right, AGQ. So Patrick, greatest thing we have going for us is the absolute vomit of the US dollar. This makes me happy because it's finally happening. It's due. Again, technical analysis, 200-day. Support becomes resistance again and again and again and again. The US dollar could not get back above the 200-day. 50-day moving average was support. It was given up and puked. We're just gapping down every evening session. This is about as ugly as it gets for somebody who might be wanting the dollar to be going back up. That's pretty ugly. If we look at it in terms of like a weekly perspective, got ahead of itself, and now it's really given a lot back. All right. Yeah, Patrick's got some good information there for you, Larry, on the put call ratio to kind of decide which one's which. Yeah, there you go. That's a good point. All right, so all my holdings, I think I mentioned I've been in beat for a while, got a great move, sold some up here when it got above the 200-day. I'm ready to reload. I actually have orders sitting right there. And buy some more if it pulls back. Larry, in my opinion, it seems like anything that's like on the charts and going off on volume and relative volume and new highs, showing up on the races and extreme, those are also just going to have off the chart volume as well. Oh, let's see. You still excited about your e-bank? Oh, yeah. All right. Didn't want to be rude. I'm with you, Larry. There's a lot going on in options, and a lot of it is math. I suck at math. I'm visual. I am totally visually oriented. And so that's why I basically base my trades primarily off of chart patterns and technical levels. I don't write my own codes. I don't have any automated strategies. I just by feel and visual. And I don't like to trade things that I don't understand either. Yeah, you're correct. Perfect circle. Barry doesn't trade the options. He just uses them to see where the action is. Something's going on, where there's smoke, there's fire. Back in you, huh? CXAI. So yeah, the way I'm going to play this is that's a starter position. If this thing turns around and starts taking out this 10, I'll put an alert there. If it starts taking out these levels with volume, I will add. But a starter position is just that. It's just to kind of get it on the radar and get a feel for it, see what it does. If it doesn't work, then it's a paper cut. If it works, it's like counting cards. You got to know when to double up. If you play craps, that's how you win. You survive the come out roll, which is what I consider a starter position. So for those of you who play craps, you can understand what I'm saying here. Starter position is the come out roll. You survive that, you watch, and then you lay your odds. And I'm saying lay your odds is if this thing turns around and decides to rip back straight up through that level with volume, I'm going to lay my odds, meaning I'm going to go full position and double up and see if I can get something out of it. And then when it starts breaking all these other levels and showing up on people's highs, here's the tricky part. Normally, I'd want to take a day and a half trade and let that kind of work. But this one, CXAI, in the back of my mind, I've got to remind myself, you can't take profits on this one too soon, because if it goes, it's going to go. With a 1.7 million float, and God knows what the real number is on the short interest. But whoever that is, they seem to have had their way with this stock and the price action on this stock. So, we'll see. But you can see I've got 3 different price levels in there, watching this one closely. If AI were to turn around and just rip again and start breaking and showing leadership, that would help. Currently, it's not. So it's not really going to help it much in the moment. The other AI stock, BBAI, Holden, I held that 200-day. That's all I can ask. All right, so there's that HYMC, right? 3 days of solid movement. Yeah, I probably could have taken some profit there, but I'm getting greedy on this one because, again, I feel like this one could have more explosive upside as the Reddit Wall Street Bets community. This one is closely associated with AMC, so you've got that full-on meme potential behind it. But in a perfect trade, I could have sold half right there at the 200-day and maybe sold some more on this break here, but I'm just going to let it consolidate. And I'm convinced myself that if I need to let it chew sideways for 3 or 4 days, then so be it. They don't have much, CXAI. There's very hard to borrow. There's no options. Somebody's controlling that float. All right, I think we are caught up on questions. If there's anybody in here that was sent in here by support, who needs help, who needs something, please speak now, because when Barry comes back, he's more focused on his trading. He does his best to try and help. All right, check it out. AG, day and a half, right? Here's day 1. Here's the second half of day 2. Signal candle. I mean, to me, this is as perfect as it gets. This is the wave that I try and surf. I mean, I'm already in a silver play, so not in this one, but look, 10 SMA, 10 SMA, 10 SMA, holding momentum. Momentum signal candle broke. You got 45 minutes before everybody else has already figured out that this thing isn't really going anywhere. So this is a perfect example of a day and a half. That's my playground. HYMC also looked at. broke, but we'll see what happens. AGQ, I'm in this one. Tried to break midday, but now it's just grinding and holding on. But the story over here, this is the triple bull silver bull triple. Not much more of a convincing breakout above the 50-day SMA than that right there. So I'm really, resigned to seeing this over the next few days as people try and just figure out what's going on. No, iron condor, gamma squeeze. That's all Greek to me, Brian. Interesting, Patrick. Yeah, look at that. So there's a giant discrepancy, 8,000 calls and only 20 puts. And I guarantee you, Patrick, a good chunk of those calls are the small account Reddit crowd starting. Actually, after I sign off, I might go over to Wall Street Bets, or maybe somebody wants to do that. And I wonder if they're talking about HYMC in the top 10 Wall Street Bets discussions today. Only because it's really a subset of AMC. Apparently, they went out and bought a silver mine or a big stake in a silver mine. Do I have an opinion on energy sector? Well, the only thing I could do is look at XLE. There's the energy sector. Got rejected. Okay, so that's the first red flag that I do see. Okay, it got rejected at the 200-day. Now, that doesn't mean that it can't. Look at this like a battering ram, all right? Here's the moat. They cross the bridge, and here's the gate, and they can't get through the gate. So, they pull back, have a couple meals, a shower, rest their muscles, then try again. So what I would do is I would say for the moment, it's not necessarily bullish, but one could come in here and set a price alert. And if it comes back and challenges that price alert, ideally challenging that price alert after a few days of this, right? A warm meal and a shower for the troops, then the second attempt pushes through. EDTX, I see people talking about. I saw some people coming and talking about that this morning on scans. Yeah, what do we got here? What the hell is going on here? A float of $250,000, an acquisition corp, blank check. I have no idea. I don't really enjoy these types of things. They're too crazy. I don't really want to play them. It's too nutty for me. It's musical chairs. Several SPACs are exploding right now. I wonder why. Do we have a SPAC channel? I thought we did. Must have gotten rid of it. Was a SPAC. CXAI was a SPAC, I believe. Oh, do tell. Let's see. Eric Sprott. I love Eric Sprott. Actually, I'm thinking of Rick Rule. Eric Sprott made an identical purchase at the same time AMC. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah. John, we used to have a SPAC channel, but what happens is they kind of died off and we just prioritized. Nobody's watching SPACs anymore. BWAC was a SPAC. I'm trying to remember some of these other ones. Philip, do you use a scanner other than my wanted? So a scanner, so Carvana, I traded Carvana. Why? Because it's on my short squeeze scanner. I participated in that move. I'm currently in Groupon. Why? Because it's on my short squeeze scanner. PLCE just showed up, but I'm not interested in that one. So it's more of my familiar stocks. I've got a lot of stocks over here that I watch on my familiar watch list, and I'll watch the races. I get my ideas from a lot of different places.
Did you say Rick Rule?
Rick Rule. His name is
My
Rick
gosh.
Rule.
I haven't heard his name for, I don't know, 15 years, 20. He used to be huge in
Canadian.
mining and all that.
Oh yeah, he still is. He's Canadian. I listen to him
Oh, I
speak all
know.
the time. Yeah,
I know.
he's really. He used to. I think he's critical of the Sprott, the PSLV fund. I think he helped create that. But I often listen to him when he speaks. He's a very smart guy.
He's a smart guy, and he had a big following. I haven't been involved in the junior mining stocks for a long time in Canada. They were only trading on the in the old days, the Vancouver Stock Exchange, and that was a wild and woolly exchange. And but you know, him and Jim Bishop and Brian somebody or other and Fred somebody or other. I mean, there were a ton of those guys, newsletter writers.
Yeah, they come and go as the sector.
Was another one.
Right. I remember. I still follow Peter Branch. Yeah, but
okay.
They come and go. So guys like Rick Rule, all of a sudden everybody hears about him, and then you don't hear about him for a while because nobody cares anymore. But
yeah,
when they come and go. Anyway,
the EDTX is a crazy one. Why it's crazy to me is that if you look on, I think I want to say on June the 20th, they had some news that they basically canceled the merger agreement.
Okay.
June 28th. Okay. They canceled the merger agreement. And you know what SPACs, and you know they're trying to merge with some company, take them public and all that. And they basically canceled it.
It went right back down to 10.
Yep. Yeah. And I cannot see, unless it's back again, but usually they'll see some news about that, maybe being back again. But this is an insane one. I mean, I was saying to the group this morning, well, you know, the target could be 42 because that's the high of a few weeks ago. That just basically blew through that. I mean, it's just insane. But you're right. With that quarter of a million in the float.
It's a bit thin.
It's a bit thin.
For my liking.
Yeah. But if you're in it, man, I'm not in it. But if you are in it, and it is halted now, and the projected open is about 85. So
that's musical chairs. No fun when they open down on you.
Yeah. So, my friend, I'll let you go.
Right.
I know you want to head off. So we'll let you go. Thanks for taking over.
You got it. All right. See you guys around.
Okay, guys, let me get my stream back. And get my music going. Come on, music. Give me a moment here. Something's going on with my music. Need music. I don't care what it is. I need something in the back in my headset. Otherwise, it's just too quiet. Here we go. Now, yeah, so I think somebody else answered that question. So Larry, yeah, it's nothing to do with options, okay? I mean, when I say nothing to do with options, I call it the option play scanner. What it's looking for, though, it's just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity, which usually means that the stock itself is having abnormal activity, okay? So it's just another way to zero in on stocks having abnormal activity, okay? But you're right. I don't trade options either. You hear my kitty? Yeah, she's right here, clamoring for more food. Boy, Riot looks like it is going to challenge that 20. Yeah, I don't, probably there are not very many that have access to EDTX shorts, though it was a SPAC. It is a SPAC, and never found that was an issue before, but certainly on this one, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. And of course, we still have the problem in the room. So I'm just going to post this again. This is nothing to do with trade ideas, or this is some kind of a big data hack or data. Just give me a moment. And Pepe, yeah, so I took a look at what you gave to me regarding YouTube. It looks like I will do it tomorrow because you start off from when you create it. When I create the stream. So I don't want to stop it and create it again. So I'll do it tomorrow and see what happens. It looks pretty simple. What if you actually went there? Did you actually see what the latency options were? I mean, how low can you go? Wow, look at 62. Yeah, 62 now for EDTX. It's halted at 7020, but the projected open is going to be about 62. Okay, well, okay, just give me one moment. I have to deal with my little feline here. Okay, now, I'm still looking at, I'm going to pay a little more attention tomorrow and for the balance of this week and certainly going forward to my earnings plays up and down, guys. I mean, this is a cool little compare count window, compare count, well, scan that I've created. And what I like about it doesn't mean that the stock has to, when you see it in red, I mean, in this particular case, it's down for the day. But red, all that means is that it's made a new low for the day. So this could be a stock that actually on earnings was still, positive, but maybe moving down. Or conversely, if I see something green, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's positive for the day. It could be one of these ones that has moved, it actually opened lower, but now is starting to recover. So I kind of like it for that aspect. And then again, it is one of the scans that I am sharing. So it's a scanner. It basically takes two competing alerts. Okay, earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. It basically takes. I could separate. This is what it looks like. See, I've got green data and red data. So if I configure, this is what it's look. These are the filters. Stock making a new high for the day between $1 and $125. The volume is 200,000 shares, and this gives me the earnings play either yesterday after hours or this morning. Okay, so new highs versus the same thing versus the red data, same thing, new lows. Okay, so it's just competing with all these filters in place. That's all it is. So, and it's real time. So every time, so it's like a ticker. Just another way to, so I could break those alert windows out and have them side by side. But I kind of like the idea, the presentation of this. Now, when we get into earnings season, this will be full. I mean, you'll see a running ticker all day long. And again, on my homepage, if you want it. that's that's funny, Christine. So you're obviously listening to me in YouTube. So it's sort of an interesting thing, guys. I'm wondering. I'm just wondering if I can get the latency down. Well, that would make no sense. But you see, you guys can post in here. You can, so those of you listening in YouTube, you can obviously, you can listen to me and see my screen in YouTube, but a lot are doing that, but they're posting in the room. The room is just a little more friendly to post. And if I can get the latency down in YouTube, so it's maybe only like a 1 second or 2 second delay instead of the 8 to 10 seconds that it is, then, you know, it's maybe not a bad combination. Well, Denver, it's hard for me to know if you guys, you know, some of you are in both. So Denver, if you are in YouTube, we can just start our own training group and just pump the heck out of these stupid things. I am kidding. I am kidding. Look at Next now, guys. Next is getting close to that 620. I don't have my sound alerts on. You're in. Okay, so you must be listening to me either in our Discord or YouTube. There's the Perigo. Boy, this was a nice short, guys, from my 10-day daily breakdown. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It was from the option scanner. Yeah, 3411. So for those of you who can see my screen, you can see the first alert, almost getting to be $1. Where's that first alert? At 10:13 Eastern time, 3411 was the price to potentially short it. Okay. And now here you see it keeps making every time you see it here, it means it's made a new low. Now CDLX is that showed up at 1204. Not a bad move. So again, if you have my option scanner, you know, use this kind of like a watch list. Now we're getting a few too many, perhaps. Okay, I might have to tighten up these filters. I don't want to have so many. On the other hand, as long as they're not all coming at us at once. So, you know, I'm looking at the times when these were alerted. So, I mean, it's not that bad because it gives you the chance to take a look at at it, you know, click on it, check the chart, see if you like it or not. So here's the CDLX. So when I was on my break at 1204, the alert was at 958 and it's at 986 now. I mean, that's great. That's a great percentage move. And I'm looking at the spread and it's only a penny. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, Fat P, isn't this another SPAC? Yeah, so this is another SPAC, guy. So could this do something crazy? I mean, it's already pretty crazy. Well, no, it isn't. 14% is nothing. So they had some news yesterday. He announces the intention to extend the deadline to complete the business combination to August the 15th. Fine. Okay, that's fine. That's another month. But understanding that the EDTX is just trading like a maniac, even though on the 28th of June, they canceled, and I don't see any other news after that. They canceled the merger they were going to do. So you tell me, why is EDTX doing the crazy This one's, okay, but you would think this would really, if you compare it to EBTX. Now, what are they? Who are they trying to merge with? The Avensius merger. So business, I haven't heard that term for so long. B2B, business to business content marketplace. So look how many times this has been extended. Well, I can only see this, but I mean, this was extended, the same sort of press release on the 17th of April. It was extended to May the 15th to extend the period to consummate the, and now they've done it again. They've extended it another month. Now is GGA, I think GGAA is a SPAC also, guys. You can see what's happening. Sure, it's a SPAC. You can see what's happening. The SPACs have become alive again. And so those who missed the EDTX, they're looking at these other SPACs and going, a similar move. And this is an all-time high now. It did a crazy thing a few months ago, really. But it's taken that out now, that 1228. So listen, I mean, this is highly, highly risky, okay? But I can almost guarantee the reason, I mean, they did have a little bit of news, but I think we're sort of getting into mini SPAC mania again. Again, mini SPAC mania. Now, will it take out 13? I'm not asking. This is just a rhetorical question. Did you hear? That was my computer. So I don't think the noise canceling is working at all now. That was my computer. If you were hearing some, that's what I used to complain about. I don't think the noise canceling is working at all. Really? You didn't hear anything? You didn't. Where are you listening, William? In Discord or YouTube? Okay. Boy, I love technology, but I'm getting so becoming a bit of a bummer right now for me. I'm telling you, this is every day now. I wake up, I wonder what next. Well, the cat I understand, the cat and the dog I understand, but not. But other things like my computer, if you're hearing my computer, which still every now and then it goes crazy. Let me see if I've still got that. No. Wow. I mean, guys, RMTI, potential short opportunity. Time 11:28. Eastern time. Price 524. 460 now. So about an hour and a half. Whoa, we've had a big move down in the Dow, haven't we? The Nas is still hanging tough, but we had a big move down in the Dow. Just looking here, only up 23 now. And we have another halt. So the GGGA has that halted on the way down, and the first price is down here. GGAA. Canadian, well, it's a Canadian SPAC. Now, who did they say? Travel tech company Next Trip. So, guys, if you're listening to me and wondering, well, what is a SPAC? First of all, it's an acronym. If you type in SPAC and do a search on it, you'll get the full definition of what it's all about. But basically, there's a company that some investors have put money into this, so it's trading, and then what they do is they look for a company to merge with. In other words, to take that, and it's usually always a private company to merge with, thereby taking that private company public in a far easier way than normal. That's typically what the SPAC is all about. And we had bunches and bunches of SPACs starting in 2018. There probably were ones before that, but I think was it which was the first one? The Version, was that the first one? Certainly the first one I think that people were aware of. But since then, and you'll get these companies and they'll have a bunch of them. So this Genesis Growth Tech acquisition, they may have another one coming out later that will be GGAB as an example. Okay. And so that's what they specialize in. And for a while, I'd say for a solid year, the SPACs went absolutely crazy. And then they just died off, because then people were looking at, okay, they merged with this company and the price went to a certain point and they just tanked. And people were just looking at all that saying, well, okay, what is it? Nikola, NKLA, I think was one. NKLA, I believe was one. Remember, this was almost a $100 stock. I'm pretty sure this was a SPAC. You can usually tell if it flatlines around the dollar mark or the $10 mark, because that's where the SPACs come out. And I'm 100% sure now this was a SPAC, popped all the way up here. And then some short seller, I think it was Hindenburg, just basically lambasted them. And yeah, has it been a bit of a trading vehicle over the last little while? Sure. But as far as a company goes, I don't think it's going to amount to anything. Just having said that, NKLA, I believe it's at the 200-day moving average now. NKLA, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Pretty high short float percent, 17%, but a high float, $500 million in the float, over $500 million in the float. So this is actually this is an AI alert, guys. I mean, it took a long time to start to work. 993 AI alert, PAGs, up to 1031. What do you guys see though? Those of you who can see my screen, what do you see with PAGs? Well, I'll answer the question. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, so PAGS is coming right into that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, so I will do a video now. And it'll just be a fun video. I'm just going to do it on EDTX just to show people the craziness of the stock market. Okay. Ah, it's right back up. Unbelievable. Okay, guys, put myself on mute. Got to remember now to mute myself in our Discord room. And mute my music. And mute All right, guys, I'm now back. Keep an eye on EH, guys. EH was a super one for us yesterday. EH. And it's now breaking over 19. So this was a wonderful one from yesterday. Recall what a move it made. Came, I think it was on my, I think it was an option scan. Was it option? Yeah, it was on the option scanner, momentum scanner. Great move all the way up to almost 20. That's where I got rid of most of it. Pulled back. And now, little break over 19 for EH. Good, not a bad spread. 1926, 1929. Yeah, it is over 20. You're absolutely right. Riot is over 20. And again, I think it's got still has a little bit of room. Next high is 2104. So it has a shot to the 21 mark before it hits the next resistance area. And when I say resistance, the next high looking left. Meanwhile, I mean, I see Bitcoin is, for me anyway, with the data that I have is 30,890, up 600 today. So where's Mara? I guess I should have hung on to my swing of Mara. So $1 away, about $1 away from Riot. EH, guys, is making a little bit of a move here. EH. High today was 1950. Definitely interested in taking this EH. Want to see how well it holds here. Pre-market, it got up to almost 20 again. Amazing, isn't it? Pre-market, it almost got to 20, just like yesterday. 1995. And yesterday it got up to 1986. So actually just about hit 20 this morning. That is EH. Definitely interested in it. Relative volume's not bad, 2.5 million or 2.5 times normal. Now, it will show up on the option scanner only if well, yeah, it's got to get the relative volume has to get to 3, I guess. Yeah, the relative volume has to get up to 3. So that means we're going to have to get some more volume coming in. Yeah, JYD, another China stock. Yeah, 11,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Low float. High yesterday, or sorry, high a couple of days ago was 419 or so, 420 maybe. Okay, guys, EH starting to move a little bit here. EH starting to move. I took some, okay? EH starting to move a little bit here. It's just intriguing to me that it had that pop almost a 20 in the pre-market, pulled all the way back down. But okay, guys, just obviously just kind of waiting on the EH to see if it has any kind of a lift into say the 1950s or so. That would be okay for me. You can add column. Okay, dip buyer. Dip buyer, can you hear me in YouTube? So, okay, let me just see here. So you can add columns. I'm trying to. I haven't done this for so long, but add filter columns. Okay, so it's just in a different area. Okay, so if you right click on your multi-strategy window and click on and then go to properties and you'll see columns. Okay, so you can add. I knew you could, but I just couldn't remember where it was. Okay. You get that? You get that? Okay, great. Riot held 20, guys. Riot did hold 20. Popped down just a little bit below. No, that was this candle right there. Yeah, it's holding 20. Thoughts on Tesla? Well, let's take a look at Tesla. I mean, it's just sort of if it breaks 264 or if it breaks 285, but right now, kind of a no man's land, in my opinion. I mean, obviously popping intraday, but if you're looking in the bigger picture, it's got to probably break out one way or the other. I just have no thoughts on it, which way it's going to break out, but okay. So Joseph, I'm not sure how, I mean, you're looking to trade salt. Now, who is going to pick them for you? You want to trade solid hand-picked stock. So somebody has to do that for you. So again, like when you say you're looking to trade solid hand-picked stocks and create an automated process for scalping. Okay. Now, who's picking them for you? Are you going to do the hand picking and then you want to create an automated process? Okay, so you know the ones you want. Okay. Okay, well that's the first step. Now, so you would create a symbol list, okay, and put those stocks in there. You would put those stocks into a watch list or a symbol list. You would attach that to an alert window. And then now with other filters in place, I'm sure, because I don't know, like how many stocks would you be wanting to follow of your hand picked? How many stocks do you want to follow? And it can change day to day, of course. I suppose you can edit your list, move some out, move some in. 3. You only want to, okay, just 3 stocks, okay. Well, in order to do anything automated in our system, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? That's number one. So do you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account? I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Okay, when you say yes, did that. So you have an Interactive Broker or an E-Trade account. Okay, so now the rest is up to you, depending on what you mean by a scalp. Okay, I mean I'm not a fan of automated trading, and it depends what you mean by a scalp. Are you trying to make like 5 or 6 cents on a trade? If you're trying to do that, it's not going to work. The slippage, things like that can chew you up. We've had people say, well, I want to I want to have a 1 cent stop and I want to make 5 cents and try to use our system. It won't work. Just as an example. Come on, EH, just start to move. Get into the 30s and move. You were for a while. Okay, so you want to make a watch list by searching for it. Okay, well, so you have three symbols. That's all you want. So you want to put them into a watch list. Well, pretty simple. I will tell you where the guide is because, or where it is in the guide, because you may forget. Okay, so, all right, probably should direct you to the guide because we call them, I think in the guide, we call them symbol lists or watch lists. Let me just see. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, you will see this. Okay, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down to where you see education. Click on the education link. Okay, TI user guide. And then, where does it say watch list? Watch list, okay? Click on the watch list, and that's going to show you how you can create them and how you can put. Now, for you, it'll be simple. You just have to type them in, okay? It's very simple for you, but it'll show you how to create a watch list and then put those symbols in. And then the next step is to attach it. So for instance, I have a watch list right here. And if I right click and go to configure and go to symbol lists, you'll notice only the following list. Now in this one, I don't understand exactly why I only have these two, but anyway, sometimes I'm going to have a whole, I'm going to have a lot of different symbol lists, but all you have to do then is just, this is a drop-down menu and only the following list, and you would check it. Okay, you would check that symbol to say you created with 3 stocks in it, and then it gets attached to your alert window. Now you create your alert window first. How you're going to, trigger it, that's up to you. If you want it to make a new high for the day or a new 5-minute high, or okay. But that'll have to be up to you. A lot of mine is kind of feel perfect. I mean, I have a stop. I have a well, I don't want to call it a target, but I have an area where if it can get to that area, then it will give you the right risk reward. Some of it is feel though, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm getting a few alerts all day long, and some look better than others to me. My homepage doesn't allow member access. Um, wipe this home. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, I click on my homepage link. There's my homepage. I click on it. You should just be brought right here to my homepage. It shouldn't just be an advertisement. Now, if you're looking at this, as I say, you have to scroll down. You have to scroll down to get to the education section, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. If this is what you're calling an ad, well, scroll down until you see the education section. Okay, and you click here, and then click on the guide. There should not be a block in that at all. Okay. And you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to access it. All right, guys, I got out of the EH, okay? Got out of the EH. I may look at it again if it gets into the 1930s. I got out a little loss. I had a little bit of gain when it was in the 30s, but I'm looking for a lot more. All right, guys. Okay, here's that crazy GGAA, sorry. Oh, I thought it was high. Okay, it actually got up to 50. And now look at the EDTX. You know, you got to feel, well, I don't feel sorry so much, but, you know, people who were chasing it up at 78, I do feel sorry, but, you know, you can do it. You just can't take very many shares. You guys, remember I was talking about the PAGs a little bit earlier, PAGS, and you know, look what it's doing. It's still butting its head up against the 200-day moving average. See, look what it's doing, right up against the 200-day moving average. Ah, somebody mentioned the RXRX went positive, and yes, it did. RXRX went positive. Now it's a very strange trader, guys. Very, very strange. It looked like very positive news yesterday, pre-market action. Pre-market action drove it all the way up to 1885, went all the way back down to 10. Then this morning got back down to 10, but then it's been a launching pad since then. And they're showing up in the option scanner. I wonder when it first showed up. I didn't even notice it in the option scanner. Ah, you see what happened? Yeah, this is what happened. It actually showed up as a potential short at 946, 1085. Would have got you a little bit. Not going to show up here now because I've got the limit of only one time it's showing up. But then it turned around and went positive. So that good, Ori? 12.5 cent sweeps, is that good? That's good? Okay, let's buy. So there's the high here, 1316. The high yesterday, market hours was 15. Pre-market, it was more like 18. So there's obviously got some room to move if it wants to. Problem is you're chasing it now. So we have to wait maybe for a little bit of a pause, maybe a little bit of a pullback. Where's the VWAP here? Yeah, that's too long to wait. VWAP is at 1147, so that is way it's too big of a pullback, in my opinion. Easy 8K. Should I buy trade ideas for the AI feature? Is it worth it? Well, I mean, I work for Trade Ideas, but I'll be honest. I mean, I only use the AI like a watch list. Okay. Some days it's good, some days it isn't. Um, if that's the only reason you want to buy Trade Ideas, I don't know. Hard for me to answer that. But you could always start off with a standard subscription, and then later on. I mean, there have been a couple of pretty good trades today, but yesterday was not a great day. But you have to give it time also, and it depends how you want to trade it. I mean, if you're looking to auto trade it, forget it. But if you're going to use it like a watch list, and you have some trading experience, and you can see, sometimes you get an alert in the AI. And you might look at it and go, well, wait a minute, 200-day moving average is just up ahead, or the VWAP or something. So you might want to let it break it before you would do something like that. But that requires some trading experience. But if you're looking for something, I mean, it'll generate, automatically ideas for you all day. not all day. I shouldn't say it like that. Usually we get about maybe 10 alerts. Usually, nothing, I would say nothing after 11 o'clock Eastern. I mean, there are the odd time you'll get something. Usually though, it's between say 9:40 and say 10:20, 10:30. Well, this latch has some room, guys, still. Oops, RXX. Okay, now we're getting back. Okay, now let's see. We got a little bit of a pullback into the 40s. Now back up to 1260 for RXRX. Okay, so you want to see what stocks have potential for me to looks like. So yes, like a watch list that's made for you. Okay, so yeah, I mean it'll generate. I mean it's not just made for you, of course, but it'll generate symbols automatically for you. Okay, and then you can pick and choose what you might like to trade. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, RX guys, RX squared. Wow, on the move. Nice move. Thank you, Ori. I was half kidding. We should all buy it, but what the heck? I don't know what those sweeps really meant, but I trust you. You said it was good. So now the high here is 1316. More, you only live once sweeps. Okay. Now that was exciting because I mean, I just said we can't chase it here. Let me just show you what I mean. Oh, did you, BB? Okay, hit the VWAP at 11:15, 11:53. Well, I guess it was 11:15 then. Good for you. So many different ways to trade, guys. Looking at the VWAP, looking at the 200-day moving average. So many different ways to trade. Yeah, so I'm just looking at a 5-minute chart on my other monitor. So it actually dipped down to 1237, came right back up to 1250, and that is kind of where I thought, okay, you can get in at 1250 and put a stop at that 1235. So put a 15-cent stop. Can it go 30 cents? Which of course it did. I mean, it could, just because it had the room. Crazy trader though. Crazy trader. So here we got a target of 35 by Barenberg this morning, okay, for RXRX. I think it's getting there, of course. These guys are a little more conservative. KeyBank from 12 to 15. There's another one with a $17 price target by Needham. So you got a lot of some analysts are sort of in the talking about this one. And this is an NVIDIA investment. There we go. That's the news. That's what caused it to go up yesterday. That NVIDIA is investing $50 million. Okay. It's just that it was a crazy, crazy trading day for it. The massive profit taking. Hey, Trader 77, I thought of that many times in YouTube room. So many good midday breakouts. I may just skip trading in the first hour. Well, I agree. I have had probably at least as much success trading in the afternoon. And as you know, rarely do I trade right off the bat anyway. But yeah, things have a tendency. You know, they go crazy in the first hour or two, then they might settle down for an hour or two, and then they get rolling again. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I wouldn't trade Tom Trader. First of all, I would not trade in the first 15 for sure. Okay. I made an exception this morning because I thought that news looked pretty bad for the VSAT and it looked like it was holding underneath 30 pretty well. So I did make an exception, but very rarely do I do that. And the only time I will make an exception again for trading in the first 15 minutes, if I do get something on my 10-day daily breakdown and it's an all-time low and it has news, okay, that is when I'll sometimes make an exception, trading in the first 15. Other than that, I rarely trade in the first 15 minutes, sometimes not even the first half hour. Yeah, so you and me, Trader 77, are in the same time zone, West Coast up here in Vancouver. So yeah, same time zone. Sleep in later, sure. SAI on the move. Okay. And Mamba. Let's take a look at that one. Look at this, Nicola. So the last time I saw this, I think it was flirting with the 200-day moving average. Is that correct? Yeah, look at that, $2, and now it's above. What a run it's been on. Probably no reason. Probably no reason. I mean, yesterday they got $41.9 million fund. Okay, what does it say? This is Tesla. Where's Nicola? Received a $41.9 million California grant. Okay, so they did have a little bit of news yesterday. Okay, so a little bit of news for NKLA. Could do that. Yeah, get that vacuuming over. Yes. Another one that was pretty awesome was the RMTI 524 on the alert, 449 now. Here you can see the alert. You can see the candle in which the alert happened. Boy, lots happening, guys. So there's a CYRX that I had I put a price alert down here in the 1380 mark. So next low is there. So the next low looking left, it looks like it's down here, pre-market, of course, 1340. Look at next, guys. Next, even. I mean, there's been some awesome shorts, some awesome longs from the option scanner today. Okay, let me take a real hard look at this Cyrix or Cryoport. Cryoport. Using my brain. What do they do? Not quite cryogenics. Yes, Joseph. This room is open. I'm on the mic between 9 and at least to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. I will say later if there are questions, but at least to 3 p.m. So yeah, 9 to 3 p.m. Monday to Friday. Question is this room open every day? Not Saturday and Sunday, but yeah, market hours. Yeah, during the market, Monday to Friday. So this was another one. I didn't even realize this hit this rose another one of these SPACs guys that went crazy all the way up to 20, now back down to 12. Low float. Some of these are now like under a million shares in the float. Yeah, here's a problem when you use a new high for the trigger. Like the QSI would have been nice to have seen it down here around, the 240 mark. The problem is, of course, is when some of these stocks on the open or in the first little while, they have these big spike ups, and then you get these big topping tails. And most of my scans require a break of the high of the day. So, because I was looking at this QSI and the alert happened at 258. Why? Because it'll be 256. So we can get the alert until that happened. But you just have to, deal with it. I've just seen this Pilgrim. This is Pilgrim Pride, right? PPC. Where was the first alert? Wow, 2457, guys. 2457. See, there's almost too many alerts now, right here. Okay, I mean this is absolutely jam packed. Might have to up the filter values. Look at the market. Look at the SPY. Look at the SPY putting in a nice little breakout here. But 2457 was the alert for PPC at 1035. 2507 now. So, not a huge move, but 50 cents. And probably more importantly, reasonably steady. I had some bottoming tails here, but reasonably steady. In other words, you didn't see a giant red candle coming down to wipe you out of your trade. Kind of a bit of consolidation, stair stepping up now, PPC. And this might run to the end of the day. However, let's take a look left. Where is the next high? Yeah, so 2528 is the next high looking left. So I can't touch it. If that weren't there, 26 is the next high. What I'd be looking at is maybe just a little bit of a base around 25. And then because if that's 2628 weren't there, I would be definitely interested because the next high is about $1 away. But because of that 2520, I'm not going to touch it. Hive, another crypto play, guys. Hive is another crypto play. It's probably going to shock me. Yep. Look at the week it's or the months. This month, well, 3 weeks plus this week, another day for this week, so approximately a month. So again, along with most of the cryptos, this is basically doubled. Canadian crypto company. Got to start using the simulator more. I keep forgetting about it. Well, there's been so much happening. I'm hoping that tomorrow, this data center issue. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I just got the word from Sebastian saying sorry. Yes, still dealing with this. Totally unacceptable. Okay. So he is, because this is not the only room that he sells to. Sells his trading room to. So this is not obviously not an easy fix. I don't know. I have no idea what he has to do. Pepe, you probably know. But it's not just his room, as there are a lot of attacks going on right now, other areas. Here's another a bit farm, another one. Crypto, crypto, crypto. Back over 31,000. Look at this move in crypto. I have no idea what your Bitcoin says, William, but mine says 1,172 and 31,400 right now. What a move. Okay, so ours is delayed. Okay, Denver, I guess ours is delayed. Paxos, we're getting it from Paxos, but I guess it must be delayed. Coin was going to be. Remember when the SEC was criticizing them? Was it back here or someday where they came out and said they slammed them? I think it was this week. I'm say this week, beginning of June, and then since then, who cares? A Wells notice. Thank you. It was April. Sorry, a Wells notice. Okay. So that was April that happened. So there's April 17th. My guess is that it would have been here this week, the week of April 17th, continued down a bit the next week, continued down again before the selling stopped. But then it happened again. I don't know if there's another reason, maybe crypto in general. But boy, since then, I mean, this is almost a double, almost a double. I'm not sure if I can in Canada. Okay, I'm not 100% sure if I can trade Bitcoin in Canada. I'm 100% sure you can do it in the States, but I'm not sure if it's available in Canada in this platform. I really don't know. I've never traded Bitcoin. All right, I'm looking at Riot now. Let's see how well it holds 20. We'll pull back to 20. Any the coin pulled back a bit, so it must be kind of going. All right, pull back to 20, and the VWAP is way down here, 1926, but Dragonfly, DFLI. Let's take a look at DFLI. What is it doing? Yeah, I mean, not bad. I mean, it held the V. It looked like it was not the VWAP. That's the 10 SMA. That's Steve Gomez loves this. It was holding the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and now it's surging from it over the VWAP, 179. High in the pre-market, $2. Yeah, not bad. Okay, guys. Well, Hive is on the move. Will that lift? Will that lift Riot? I got to put BITO up just to see. I think as long as I have that up. PRST. Let's take a look at PRST. PRST from Poe. What it's doing. Okay, 308. You're in. Okay. Well, let's see. Looking left, the next high is 330. So there's room from 308 to 330. That if it even got close, that'd be awesome for you. I'm pulling for you, Poe. I know you've been talking about trying to make money and having to pay bills, so I'm pulling for you here. So you're just looking to go long, trader 77 in the YouTube room. Trim my option scanner now, filtering puts and calls. So the ratio, which you can do. That might be something I might have to do, but won't that will that necessarily limit it to just going long? 10 times more calls than puts. I mean, I know in theory they could be hedging and stuff, but so what ratio are you? So you're using. Okay, so put call ratio. So what are you using? I see. So you are just okay. Just interested to know. So what ratio are you actually using in the min and the max, or the min or the max? Max 0.1. Of course, that's going to give you a 10 to 1. Okay, interesting. I suppose a person could break it up and put 10 and and 0.1 here, but break them up into the two. Anyway, interesting. So you are just getting stocks moving higher. What's okay? The fifth. This is a 15-minute chart. This is a daily chart, and that's a weekly chart, Joseph. Okay. 15-minute chart, daily chart, weekly chart. Now, someone would say, well, wait a minute, you're more of a day trader. Why do you care about the daily and the weekly? And why do you only have a 15? Why wouldn't you have a 1 or a 2? 15 is my chart of choice intraday. Okay, it's that simple. That's what I feel comfortable doing. And because most of the things that I do are near the highs of the day or the lows of the day if I'm shorting, I want to look left to see, okay, where could it keep going until it hits the next high on the daily chart? If I can't see anything on the daily chart, in other words, if all of this on the daily chart were underneath that price right there, then I look left to the weekly chart. So that's the reason. Look at next at 6 now, probably right at the look at Riot now. Actually, it dipped down below 20. Change the color of my halts resumes. Not easy to see. Is that a consensus or just one person? I actually changed this one to a light. Let's just see. Now, are you a subscriber? Because of course you can have it. Let's be the neutral. Ugh, that's not good. Let me get to black. How's that? But if you like, I don't know, are you not a subscriber? If you're a subscriber, you can take this and just do it yourself, of course. So, guys, my wife is returning from a trip, and she's going to be coming here in very soon. Okay, I have to let her in through the gate, coming in from the airport. So I'm going to be not disrupted. I can't wait to see her, but I'll probably be gone for about 5 minutes or so. Now, Riot, now I'm not going to even try to short Riot, but Riot's giving up 20, kind of. What's BITO doing? BITO? I'm just going to put this here for those of you who can see my screen. Not on mute yet, but I will when I want. Excuse me, I might have to. I have to open the gate and greet her, of course, my wife coming back from a trip. Well, you can see, I mean, even if, okay, so this is live, this is real time, BITO. Maybe it's not exactly, following Bitcoin exactly, but it's probably good enough. You're telling me that Bitcoin is falling. So even though we have delayed data, but not here. So I can see right there, Bitcoin falling a bit. Here we go. Just a minute. Okay, guys, I'll be back in maybe about 5 minutes, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so question, Todd. Now, Todd, can you hear me in the YouTube room? Talking to somebody in our main room, just want to make sure he can hear me while I explain. Okay, guys, Ryan is back over 20, briefly. So, Todd? All right, guys, Ryan is back at 20. Well, oops, not on mute anymore. All right, guys. I don't know if Todd, maybe I'll have to type this out because I don't think Todd can hear me. Probably not over in our YouTube room also. Okay, guys, listen, this is insanely risky, but GGAA through the 200, through the VWAP, approaching that 10 SMA. Remember, got as high as 50. Insanely risky, though. Oh, I'm sorry. It's halted. it's halted right now. And the projected open is 32.49-ish. So there's the halt at 27. Okay, so Todd, you can hear me. Okay, okay, I got you. So no, it's got nothing to do with the puts and calls, really. I mean, it may, if you really examine it. All this is these are stocks moving higher. Or sorry, yellow and brown stocks moving lower with abnormal option activity. Green and blue, light blue, moving higher on on abnormal option activity. Okay. I mean, it's probably more than likely, but not 100%, that the call to put ratio is higher here, for the ones moving higher, and the put call ratio is lower, higher, stocks moving lower. Okay, so it's not, but it's not designed that way. Well, no, I can't. Yeah, so Todd, I'm answering you now. So no, it is not. I mean, it's possible that if you looked at it, maybe, a stock moving higher on abnormal option activity has more calls and puts. It's probable, but that's not the way it's designed. Okay. So yeah, green and light blue, these are just stocks moving higher, and yellow and brown stocks moving lower. Most of the time, the stocks in green and blue are above the high of the day. Most of the time, these ones are below the low of the day or the close of yesterday. Okay. But not all the time. So just think of it this way, regardless of whether, whatever the put call ratio is, this is, suggesting to go long, green and blue, yellow and brown, suggesting to go short. That's all. Okay. And you're here. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, Todd. So you got all that, right? So it's really, I don't have any, I have none of the ratios. I don't have, you know, nothing to do with the ratios at all. But more than likely, if a stock is moving higher, probably, the call to put ratio is above one, probably. I wish I could find one, though, because what I'm liking about this, you can see the odd one where a stock is, still down for the day, but is making a new high, and you'll see it as something that is, so even though it kind of look like a weak stock because it's down for the day, but it could be coming back. Rarely, most of the time when we see these, by the way it's color coded, most of the time it means that the stock is probably positive for the day. What is Ripple One BTC going nuts? What does that even mean? You Bitcoin experts. Ripple is an altcoin. Okay. I think I knew that. I think I've heard of it before, but okay. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how many hundreds of coins are there. I mean, I knew BTC. Ah, okay. Deemed not a commodity. Okay. Not a security. Okay. So is it still true that you can trade Bitcoin and whatever you make is not taxable? Is that still the case? Which is, of course, driving the any government crazy for not being able to tax. In other words, there are no capital gain tax. Okay, I thought that it was. I thought, well, maybe in the early days of Bitcoin, because they couldn't really track what you were doing, whether you made it. Oh, so Pepe. So am I right though? Early on, it was not taxed. Am I right? Because you wouldn't have to declare it. Okay, so that has changed. Okay. Yeah, that's yeah, unregulated, and the government was missing out on revenue. So what changed? They're forcing you to declare your trades now. Okay, so this open GAA open, and what did it do? I have tremendous lag today on my charts. All right, guys. So you're trading BITO, Trader 77. Is that what you mean? You're trading BITO? Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, you're trading the crypto stocks. So okay, gotcha. GDRX guys, wow, what a move. Again, I don't keep saying this all day, but I mean, what a great move. What was the first alert? Actually, it hasn't moved that much. Okay. It hasn't moved as much as I thought it had. The first, but I want to watch this one tomorrow. I mean, if this breaks out of here, this has to be watched tomorrow. So the alert was at 698. So it hasn't really moved that much, 20 cents. And it's coming, must be a daily high that it's looking at, that red line. The next high looking left on the weekly is 764. So So looking at ARC, Kathy's ARC, I mean, yeah, it is crawled off the bottom here. I mean, it's still way, way, way below the 160, but at least it is, 3-month move. Maybe if it gets over 53. Really? code from GoodRx. I don't know. I don't think we have that. Hey guys, are we back? Can you see my screen in the main room? Can you hear me and see my screen in the main room? Maybe not. Yes, yes, okay. Yeah, I just noticed that these are the icons that I use, and they became usable again. Okay, that's the screen sharing, and that's the mic. And I just noticed a couple of seconds ago that they had changed. Well, let's hold our breaths, guys. Hopefully tomorrow it won't happen again. And that was a big, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? And it wasn't just the developer of this room. Other websites were also hit. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be back to normal. But Pepe, I will look at that lag issue on YouTube just to see what it looks like. Are you kidding me? Oh, right, EDTX. I saw that 48. I forgot it was at 70. I thought maybe, my goodness, maybe it's popping up again. But I thought, I am not an option trader, so somebody would have to really explain it to me that it's not just as simple as saying, okay, 98% of all options in GDRX today are calls, very bullish. What about hedging and stuff? I mean, that's the thing I don't quite. I mean, that's all I've heard people say. Yeah, but because it seems obvious. Then you're right, Trader 77, talking to somebody. So people who, like Ori, you play options. So on the surface, we're, on Trader 77 in our YouTube room is saying 98% of all options in GDRX today are calls, very bullish. Okay. But isn't there hedging and stuff so it's not as cut and dry as that? Or am I completely wrong? Because if that's the case, then why wouldn't we just create some scanners, with ridiculous ratios? You know what I can do? You know what? I can just add the column here just for fun. Okay, I'm going to add the column. Oops. So I'm going to add the put call ratio here. We'll just check it, just show the column. Don't have to scroll, don't have to scan on it, but Come on. Ah. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Actually. Give me a moment, guys. I didn't realize I had this up. Okay, so now we've got the put call ratio here as a column. Again, I'm not filtering on it. Okay, so right here. Now what happened? I could put it here also. I have room down here. Right. Gotcha, Ori. Yeah, important to know. And Blaine, yes. Important to know the total volume and if at the ask or the bid, yes. So if we had a filter, would it matter? So for instance, that total day, $56,000. Okay. So if we had a filter that said, what was the average dollar amount over the last 10 days? And let's see something that is 3 times that. Only see things that are 3 times that. Would that be as good as a normal auction activity or better or the same? If that makes sense. That's a better clue? Okay. Now, how hard is it for us to know that data? That dollar value. That's the issue. Now, okay, thank you, Ori. Well, they are talking about really improving, like I don't know how, I don't know when, but they, all these marketing meetings that I attend, they are talking about options a lot more, not just the filters that we've got, but somehow being able to, scan a little bit different, better for options. Okay. Now, what that means in the future, I don't know. I just don't know. Remember how I disregarded SIFI earlier? Let's see what it did. Yeah, I mean, not bad. I mean, I just, the alert, well, you can see where the alert was, okay? You can just see that blue arrow, okay? That's where the alert was in the option scanner. And maybe it's hard to see, but that's the candle in the 15-minute, on a 15-minute chart where the alert happened. And the alert was at 268. That's right. And then it popped up to what, how's that possible? Yeah, the alert was actually at 268. Move back down, kind of held the VWAP, and then move from there. Yeah, to me, it's just too hard. It's just to me, these are just way too messy. You start seeing charts that have topping tails and bottoming tails. Yeah, after the fact, it looks, oh, all I had to do is hold it from 257 all the way up here. But you would have been subject to a lot of little up and down moves that might have knocked you out of the trade, depending where your stop was. And if it didn't knock you out of the trade, that means your stop was pretty wide. In which case, what sort of a risk reward could you have got? So you added, again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, you added the change from the open percent to the option scanner. Just positive, right? So that could be still a stock that is down for the day, but from the open, it's moving higher. NVIDIA, okay, what is NVDL? Well, so again, if you don't want to buy NVIDIA, a little more expensive than this, you can buy this one, NVDL, and it's a 1.5 times, okay, ETF specifically for NVIDIA. And you can see where it opened back here. This is back in December of last year. And what a run. What a run. And of course, if you looked at the stock, it'd be doing the same thing, of course. But, this is just a little cheaper. Tony, you don't have to go to YouTube now, okay? You don't have to go to YouTube now for the time being anyway. The sound and the screen sharing has been fixed for the time being anyway. So just to keep our fingers crossed for tomorrow. Well, this riot, if William hadn't said that he thinks the SEC is going to contest this that altcoin ruling, okay, guys, I think I'll start wrapping this up now. It's 3:08. Again, I'll stick around if there are any questions. I'll put my good to have the room back. Creatures of habit, we are. No, it's not a stupid question, Tony. I have two rooms going all the time. One's YouTube and one is the room you're in. YouTube it's the same. There's a slight delay, but they see me and they hear my screen. Okay. It's just people go into YouTube, I think, because it's a little easier to get into that room than the room you're in. Not that the room you're in is really hard to get into, but it's just a preference. Okay. And so I've been referring to YouTube a lot today because the main room you're in now was basically shut down for the day. You know, the screen sharing and the audio was not working. So many people went over to YouTube today. That's all. So you'll hear me, but you will hear me say something like, I'm answering, Trader 77 in our YouTube room, or now I'm answering Tony in our main room. Okay. That's all that means. It's all it is. All right, guys. So I'm going to I'm shutting down the Discord room right now. There's no need for that one now. But shutting down, did that mean just a minute? Now you guys are probably hearing my screen go crazy. Yeah. So it wasn't shut down. Okay. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link one last time. Oops. Okay, so as always, if you want to take out a subscription, please use my link. That was my computer. Yeah, so I don't think my sound, my noise canceling is working the way it's supposed to. Please use my link. Okay, my promo code. Use the get into the my homepage. Use this. This helps the room. It'll keep the room free. Okay. This is a free room. I do have to market the product about 3 times a day. I try, but here's a promo code you can use. And why is it free? Because of the marketing. But the company has to know that the room is working. And the only way they know that is if you take out a subscription, when you're ready to take out a subscription. And for those of you sitting on the fence in the room thinking, man, he's really pushing for me to take out a subscription and I don't know if I want to. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to people who, yeah, I want to take out a subscription. Use my link. Okay. That's all. And then there's the getting started, the 10 quick short videos, my stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And the big education section is here. And my scans, okay? My option plays, you hear me talk about it incessantly all day long. And you'll hear me talk about the breakdowns and breakups. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. So another reason to save my homepage link is then you'll have access to my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time, and the education section. No, what happens, Alex, what happens is when I was loading Discord, okay? It happens when I do my video, when I load a program, it goes crazy for a bit, then it settles down. But right now you can hear it, but you shouldn't be hearing this. There was something going wrong with my screen sharing, my noise canceling software. Mm-hmm. So that's what, you know how I used to be complaining about it? That's what I was hearing, guys. Except you'd hear that noise all day long. I was hearing that noise all day long. There was never any time that it subsided. So I'm going to, a few things I'm going to do is check my noise canceling software, maybe reload it, do a retest so it only picks up my voice like it's supposed to. And in the interim, so are there any other questions? If there are no questions, I will shut the room down. So you can probably hear my wife in the background now too. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. I don't see any other questions. Yeah, no, there are no motorcycles. Okay, guys, thanks for putting up with all this. Let's keep our fingers crossed that we don't have the room problem again out of our control completely. We just have to rely on hopefully the developer can get a fix for his problems, but it's more widespread than just him. So hopefully that will not occur tomorrow. So I'll open the room. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock, usually earlier. I will not get on the mic until 9 though. And in YouTube, I will get into the YouTube room at around 9 on the mic. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Alex. Well, it's nice to have a backup. Nice to have the YouTube room and even Discord. Nice to have them both as a backup. Okay, guys, I'm shutting down YouTube now.